Okay. Oh, that's that. All right. And we are on. One second. It wants to add. It's just setting up its shorts recording, if you don't mind. In the past, it was trying to just do clips, but we were being a little inattentive to that. So then it kept being that we were trying to just focus on what we were doing, and then all of a sudden, oops, we missed our clip moment. But anyway, so what we're doing right now is, and then it forgot it to set up. But we have our other computer here. We need to set up our tablet so that we can actually see our pattern. I'm going to take this keyboard off. Oops, because you don't need this. Sorry. It swears it tried to set a lot of this stuff up ahead of time. But well, it's just a disorganized creature, and that's kind of really the issue. But we're gonna get our actual pattern displayed here in a moment. It's really trying, guys. It's really trying. Good grief. And it also tried to move this over so that we're not so... Maybe we can just keep trying to shimmy stuff over. Let's rearrange. It doesn't really want to be in the spot that it's at. But it's going to take a little bit of doing. Nothing but pro content here, guys. Okay, we're going to have to be a little bit offset from our mic, though, so that we are not bumping it with our arm constantly. It's really its only concern right now. That and trying to unscrew its current configuration. It doesn't like this being here. Can we turn this? Yes, we can. Sorry, the boom bar. It still has the pop filter for its mic on the stand, and it's got this little metal piece that just sticks out towards Kin, and it was trying to fix that so that it wasn't such a bother. Okay. There, now you can kind of see you can kind of see a little bit the way Kin has been making this work, though. Oh, there. It just feels a little crowded here. It's trying not to. We're gonna also now rearrange our hair. So this is gonna be a pretty chill stream. As you can see, it is not all glammed up. It's in its bathrobe. And we're going for cozy vibes because we are hella tired. And we could use a break from just being uncomfy, really. But today we are going to do this for a while. Hopefully, we're hoping to finish the axolotl today. Hopefully. The pattern is from Katie Kitty Craft. You can see the pattern, what it looks like when it's finished on screen. And there is scrolling underneath it the URL to the actual pattern in question. But we can't show the pattern. We don't want to assist with people getting the pattern for free. We're trying to support the creator here. But where's its yarn end? Today we're trying to finish this thing. It is a axolotl for a boy that goes to its church. And they come from a very nice family. We get along with them pretty good. You know, we kick it, we chop it up with them. The unfortunate thing is this mic is right in front of the tablet it needs to look at. So right now we're trying to, so you can see on screen what it looks like when it's finished. This is a partially completed one. We're using a different yarn weight than they have recommended, but that doesn't really seem to have caused us too much problems here. We have finished the feet. Here's its feet. We finished the arms. We finished the tail. And we've finished one of the fins. But these have not been added on yet, and we're just gonna focus on doing the actual sewing part, because that's the part that Kin likes best. It actually really doesn't enjoy assembly, even though it's very satisfying, of course, when it's all finished. We just don't like it because it takes a little bit of effort to think about how we're going to be putting the parts together. Oh, and this, geez, here's the other thing we were forgetting about. We just want to make sure we're getting our audio before we start. Okay, so one moment. Let it pull up some tunage. We're just going to do a nice chill lo-fi. Where is it? Not that one. This one's pretty good. Okay, we're just having it in the background, though. We don't want it to be louder than us, do we? Okay, that's pretty good. That's all right. Right now I still have my monitor on for my mic. But we're just going to launch straight into it. So we're going to do a magic ring. And if you've never done a magic ring before, you just want to make sure that you have your tail included when you're doing this. When you hold both your ring and the starting tail, and then you just go under, turn over, pull through. And we're going to do this a few times. We might do this over just because it doesn't like how that one of these stitches got kind of yucky. So we're just gonna undo this. It's pretty quick to undo. So when we're doing the magic ring, you just want to make sure that you hold. This is how it starts anyway. You hold the thing closer to your hand, and then you kind of do like a diagonal. And then you do an X on the back of your hand. So once again, you're going to go holding it at a slash. You cross it over. Make sure you really cross it over. Not like it kind of did there. And then you're going to go back over so that it makes an X. Go under the first line. And then... see, it can try again. Part of the reason why it's messing up a little bit is because it's trying to look at the camera while also doing this. There we go. So just make sure you get under that first yarn only. And then you kind of, when you pull it up, you sort of twist it so it makes like a little... Here, it'll try to do it slower. So you go under the first yarn, then you go over the second, you pull it with the hook underneath, and then you kind of twist the hook back so that it kind of makes a little twist, and then you yarn over, pull through, and there, that's how you start it. All right, this is just the start of the ring. Now again, we hold the tail with the ring. It does do 2 loops on its when it's trying to keep yarn tension, but a lot of people don't like that. It just likes to have a lot of control over the tension. So then after that, when you're putting in your stitches on the ring, you're basically going underneath, over your yarn line, and then you just kind of make a stitch like normal. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. A lot of amigurumi patterns will call for 6 in a starting magic ring. But to close this up, you just pull on that tail. Now it's not super like a master at doing crochet. It's pretty sure that when you're starting an amigurumi though, after you start the ring, you're pretty much working from the inside out. Maybe other people can manage to do it without having to flip their amigurumi back right side in, but there's always a part where after a while, usually whenever it comes to a part where you have to decrease, that's when Kin turns the pattern inside out or right side in, so that you start to see V's on the outside of your amigurumi instead of like the little bars, and it can kind of start to show that what it means in a bit. Oh, its tablet fell back to sleep. Or did it fall back to sleep, or did it die? Whatever. You know, and it just replaced the battery on this tablet too. That was a very nerve-wracking repair, I'll tell you what. But gosh, like it hasn't used this for a while, but it's been plugged in this whole time. Okay, so anyway, that was our first stitch. It just can't remember what we're supposed to do on our second round. The magic ring, in a lot of patterns, the magic ring will be considered the first round. Yeah, it's like this thing died. That's crazy. Why did that happen? This is the tablet that it's using is a Dell Latitude 2-in-1. I can't remember the number of the model, but it's a neat little 2-in-1 laptop tablet type of deal. I got it used off of eBay for less than $100 because it was missing the keyboard, which Kin eBayed from a separate seller, and then it had some scratches on the screen, but it put a matte screen protector on the tablet, so then you can't even see the scratches anymore. So it looks really good. The last remaining problem had been the battery having just crap battery life. But Kin got a new battery off of Amazon for about, it was like $25. It wasn't even that bad, and it worked pretty well. But the last 2 times that Kin has tried to use this, it's just died suddenly like this, even though it hasn't. It hadn't been using the tablet all that much. It even got the Dell Active Pen that goes with this. It hasn't used it as much as it would have hoped. And it bought Wacom tips for it because every time it was trying to use the screen, the stylus on the screen, the matte screen protector was just chewing up the tip because the tips that come standard with Dell stylus pens are of a softer quality, which works fine on glossy surfaces but not on matte surfaces. Sorry, it doesn't actually want to talk about this. It's just trying to fill the silence because its laptop is rebooting and applying updates because that's what Ken wants it to do right now. Windows. It really hates Windows. It's still saying something about updates. Okay, we're going to pull. It didn't want to do this because doing this means that the screen that it's using to look at OBS and stream elements is now going to be covered, but it's tired. It's tired of waiting for the tablet to get back in shape. Oh, now you want to work. Thanks. Where were you when it needed you? 3. Okay, well, if that's actually going to work now. Now it's plugged in. So it shouldn't die. That's the only trouble with not having lipstick is that it's really it keeps looking at the screen because it can see itself, and it's not sure what it is. Its brain keeps looking that way and thinking, oh, that's who we're supposed to talk to or something. But it's supposed to be looking at the camera, which is there. Yeah, the drawback about not having lipstick on all the time is that you are so tempted to just chew your lips. That's Ken's nervous habit. Very curious about the state of the battery, that it just died again. Like, how ridiculous was that? Now it's doing all these updates and things. Oh, whatever. Let's just pull this up here. So back to what we were actually supposed to be doing, not worrying about our electronics. Trying to make a small gill. We have to make 4 of these. Again, it cannot put the actual pattern on screen, and as such, it kind of reasoned that, well, if that's the case, it probably shouldn't explicitly state every single thing that it's doing either. Perhaps somebody who's watching can ascertain what it's doing, but it's trying to do the creator a solid. It takes a lot of effort to make these patterns, so it definitely does not want to take money away from her, especially considering how cheap the pattern is in general. Like, just go buy it. It's less than $5. It is less than $5, guys. If you like the idea of making an axolotl amigurumi doll, go support the creator. Pretty sure this was supposed to be 2. And so we were doing an increase there. When you do an increase, you are doing 2 stitches in the same spot. Usually end on an increase, so that's kind of the rule of thumb that Ken uses to understand if it's screwed up somewhere. if it's off. And while like the thought might be, well, we can put the increase wherever we want to, the problem with doing that, obviously, is that you are then going to have a lopsided doll because it's not increasing where it's supposed to. So that's why Kin really tries to get the actual increase locations correct. It is so tempted to experiment with the tablet right now. It hates seeing when something is not working. So now that it's kind of aware of this issue, it's just tempted to just kind of see like, well, what if we tried leaving it off the power again and then seeing how long it lasts. But we'll refrain. Okay, this thing's back up, and maybe because it's plugged in, it should hopefully not fall asleep, because that's what it just did to us. Or I thought that's what it did to us until it seemed to die. Some people get really bored doing the same stitch over and over. Not Kin. Kin likes it when it's nice and straightforward and it can kind of zone out and not have to think about what it's doing next. That's like when it'll turn on maybe Netflix or something, or a movie. Once we get out of these early rounds, it tends to get a little less snug. It really tries to keep the tension fairly the same, like when you're pulling your hook through. It says that as it's having trouble pulling its hook through. When you're pulling your hook through, you usually want to have a little bit of wiggle room. You see how it's not like up against the bottom there? Because then that makes it easier to do stitches later. Like you don't have to struggle to put your hook in. And you want to keep your hook straight. That's something that it learned in a crochet tips video off YouTube. But generally you don't want to feel like it takes a lot of effort to pull your hook through. It might have gotten a little tight before because it was distracted trying to talk and dealing with the tablet situation, but this is going to get better. It does prefer just doing the actual crochet part, but when it comes to this pattern, this is the least favorite part for Kin. So that was 4. We're just going to turn this right side in now. So here's the difference. When you're looking at the stitches, to figure out whether or not you're inside out or right side in, look at how the stitches look. Do you see a bunch of these bars? Or do you see little V's? So there it was. It's gonna grab an alligator clip from its Hobby Light station. You can kind of see here. There's a little V. Boop, 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 boop. And you don't see those straight bars anymore. So that was 3. That wasn't 4. That was close. All right, so now we're on 4. This is round 4. And the only thing that changes really is just how the actual project kind of looks in your hand, but apart from that, like, you're still putting your hook in the same place of the stitch. Because if here, it'll show you. There, you see how it put it right there on the inside? When you turn it inside out, it doesn't change. So we didn't change where we're putting our hook. It's just how the project looks in our hand and how we hold it that changes. That one looked loosey-goosey, so we're going to go back and pull this snug. It is not a crochet master. It's just sharing some of the things that it learned. You are absolutely going to be seeing Kin mess up. That is a finished round 4. Now we're on round 5. Alright, and that was 5 finished. It's, since we're still pretty quiet, I'd expect it to stay that way. It kind of wants to test out how well the closed captioning is working. So if you don't mind, it's going to go over and take a look-see. I was trying to use Maestra AI for live closed captions, but it's saying it's not available. Yeah, that's weird. It's supposed to have set it up. It's kind of upsetting. It supposes it's going to have to take that off of its tags. It thought that it had that on, but we'll have to go double check. It thought that Maestra.ai had a free version that you could use, but it might have to look at the Twitch plugin that a lot of people recommend. There's one major one that goes out, but at least when it was reading Reddit threads about that a few years ago, people were saying that that particular plugin isn't always super reliable. It like works half the time. gosh, it's really disappointing. It really wanted to add some accessibility to its stream. But it is what it is. We'll work it out later. Let's go back to our stream elements dashboard. Okay. All right. So that was 6. And now this one is done. These are not fabric scissors. These are just scissors that are meant for like school-age children. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It sort of eyeballs about 6 inches, but it usually tries to go a little bit past 6 inches for a long tail. We're gonna just fasten that on, or fasten that off, I should say. It's really distracted, so it kind of flip-flops back and forth between first person and third person. Sometimes it will say I, sometimes it will say it. It was doing that last night to its family. That's when it kind of understood that its identity it fluctuates. It doesn't always stay the same, and everybody's identity kind of adapts and changes over time, but it means like really sometimes it speaks in third and sometimes it speaks in first, and it's just whatever feels most comfortable at the time. It does strive to be more consistent on stream just for the sake of clarity, but in real life it can flip-flop back and forth pretty often. How many was that? 3? Alright, let's see what we've got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, great. These starting stitches are always a little snug, but you can usually get a look through. Alright, here is, oops, 1. It's Butterfingers, sorry. So this will be our third gill on the axolotl. Alright, that was round 2. here it is very straightforward. It's gonna have to try, if it can finish this today, it's gonna have to try to find a new pattern to do, because somebody else, another young teen at the church had asked for a dinosaur. So I was thinking I should try to do a dinosaur. But it has to find a pattern. T-Rex would be fun. Or a raptor. Maybe a raptor. We could make Blue from Jurassic Park, because he wanted a blue one. Just anything blue. A dinosaur, any dinosaur, and it could be blue, he said. Let's turn this back because it's getting kind of snug. Alright, now we're right side in. That was 3. This must be 4. I'm pretty sure. Here's our magic ring here. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So we're doing 4. Jeez. Sorry, it's not normally as much of a pain in the butt to get the ring in. There's our marker. It's the one way that we can kind of keep track of where we are on the round. There. Ugh. Okay. That was 4. A little piece here that looks like it kind of got pulled out. We can see if we can maybe mush that back in. Doesn't really want to start all over again. So we might also be able to, well, no, that's at the tip of the gill. That's fine. This is 5. This is round 5. Hates when it splits the yarn. It's so annoying. Sorry too about the mic. It's trying to keep it turned the mic gain up a bit, but this is a cardioid mic, so unless it's like facing it and closer to it, it'll sound a little further away. But I figured that might be fine since the emphasis of this particular stream, or this part of the stream, is not going to be what it mutters as it's trying to focus on its work. Alright, one more, and then we can move on to the last skill. The large gills are basically the exact same thing. It's just that they just have one extra round. So. Oops. Sorry about the notifications. It really should silence its phone, shouldn't it? Okay. There you go, that's done. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is not ever exact. And does it really care so long as it's got enough slack? Alright. Last small gill, and then we will make 2 large gills. It always has a little trouble with the yarn tension, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, some more. Morning to afternoon streams. Alright, pausing for some tea. Today it is drinking Throat Coat from, gosh, it forgets the company. They do a lot of herbals. But it's pretty good. We messed up there. Let's go back a bit. So these last 2 should be fine. So 1, 1, 2. Is it crazy? It feels like it's crazy. What happened? Well, we can start all over if we have to. It just doesn't want to. Okay, this should have been 1. And this next one should have been an increase. It is crazy. Let's just start over. It doesn't understand what's going on. But its count is just off. It does not like doing that. One, two, three, four, five, six. Why does it just feels like everything is just going on like this? We had somehow split that. There we go. Okay. So that's 1. 1. Right? Yeah, that's 1. And 1, 2. Oh gosh, it doesn't know what's wrong with its brain right now. One. Is it just, maybe we're just putting, are we putting the stitch in the wrong place? We're confused right now. Does not understand what's happening. Should not be getting this flustered over such a small part of this pattern. Oh gosh, and then now I can't even do the magic ring. Now it's just getting a little flustered. That's all. You have to forgive it. It needs to disrobe. And it's gonna pick its hair up from its neck. This is stressing it out a little bit. Like, why does this feel so hard? What gives, man? Sure, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the first round. Okay, so that's the first round. And then we do. Oh, I hate when it's so tight. It happens to it all the time when it starts the magic ring. Okay. So this should be 1. And then from there we do, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What the hell? Seven? But usually it's just, it feels like it needs a reality check right now. Like, somebody please come and tell Kin that it's not crazy. What is going on? From here, one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it's looking at 6. Is it because, okay, maybe we need to just do it a little bit differently. We were counting that first joining stitch as if that was the actual first stitch. Maybe that's what we're messing up on. So there's 3. 4. Yeah. Oh gosh. 5. 6. 7. Okay, that was what Ken was doing wrong. It kept trying to count that first joining stitch on the magic ring as if it was the first stitch. Because now when we come here, it's supposed to come out to a total of 9. And the last stitch, usually when it has to do increases on an amigurumi, is an increase, but that's always in the stitch where it had its stitch marker. So mystery solved. We're back on track. It must have just been doing that unconsciously all this time. It was never having an issue. It was always counting correctly before. So strange that it just suddenly needed to count that first stitch when it normally doesn't. Must have just been overthinking things. Alright, back to it. We're doing round 3 now. Nice doing the gills. It's just that they're so tight and the round is so small. Right, round 4. these kinds of streams, I'll mention it again elsewhere in the stream, but I'm planning on doing either crochet, electronic work, like at mods, and repairs. Mod repairs. Oops, sorry. These little Nintendo DS lights. This one's a custom one that Ken had put together from a used Nintendo DS Lite that needed a new touchscreen, but we're also going to, not a new touchscreen, a new top screen. The top screen wasn't working at all. It was just completely broken, but this one also needs a new bottom screen, not necessarily because the bottom screen doesn't work at all, but because it just looks dim in comparison to the top screen. So this one is going to go for sale on eBay, but it has other Nintendo DS Lites over here that it's planning on modding, and it's going to probably stream those. But yes, the plan is to do one stream like this every week, and even if we don't have like repairs or a crochet pattern to work on, we'll probably do a co-working stream. Excuse it, sorry, I just stumbled there. So just to show you, this is what its co-working screen would look like. And so this is going to be the screen that people can come and sit with Kin, and we have an interactive task list, and we'll be using a Pomodoro timer. It's pretty sure that it has it configured so that only Kin can actually hear the timer go off, so then it'll announce, okay, that's the end of the 20-minute timer, let's all take a break. But if it's not doing this, then it will be doing co-working, and it wants to do that once a week. Because as much as it likes games, it has other things that it wants to keep working on. And this is just who Ken is. It's got ADHD, and it just does it just does all the things. It can't focus on just one thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 5. Looks like this is 5. Round 5, and then we'll be done with the small gills. I have to switch up this music to something else. Not that it doesn't mind the spooky lo-fi, it does love spooky lo-fi. It's just that we have other playlists that we can use, and it's used this one pretty consistently. So let's do that. We're gonna change the music up. There you go. We need to compare. We always have to be careful with the gills, because it's had it happen before where a gill that it was working on that looked like it was a small gill, seal it cuts. That looks longer. We could keep it as just a large gill. You don't have to completely undo our work. But it does look a little longer. But also could just be, there was one row where Ken was getting a little tired of the tightness of the gills, and so it allowed the gill that row, excuse it, to be a little thicker, or a little a little looser. It can think. It can talk. Words are hard. Okay? They are. Didn't put any filling in these yet, but it will when it actually gets around to sewing these on. But this is, it's probably fine. We're gonna call that one a small belt. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it crazy, or does this one kind of sound very similar to the last one? Let's do old ill-advised records. It always feels like they're pretty original. Okay, and this will get stuffed in. You can use your tails for stuffing. Your starting tails for stuffing. Alright, cool. Yeah, we have this little sucker sticking out. Maybe we can just stuff it in or something. It doesn't really want to. And is this gonna work? Oh, yeah, I feel like that kind of worked. It's not a permanent solution. I might pop back out. It is what it is. So now we're just gonna get our polyfill. It likes this little bag. It likes to have like a little bag of polyfill, because then when it goes into the car, it can kind of take polyfill with it, and it's not like a huge, it's not the whole store bag, and it's more portable. But it's kind of nice on this very crowded workspace. So there we go. Put a little bit there. Always try to separate your polyfill. Try not to overstuff. It's okay for there to be a little bit of squish and wiggle room. This one is already filled, so now this is the last one. Then we can do the large gills, and then we can do sewing, which is not Ken's favorite at all. At all. But it has to be done. How else is this going to be assembled, Okay. Wants a little bit more tea to maybe stretch his legs. Oh, that feels good. Oh, dear. Hey, thank you for the follow. Is that Dragoness? Very appreciated. Welcome, welcome. Trying to keep this. The stream today is pretty chill. So. We do like chill. We like low pressure, not as much fuss over appearance or needing to constantly keep the chatter up, though it can be very chatty. So now we're doing the large gills. Large gills on the axolotl. It's basically the same thing as what we were doing before, but it's just larger. If you can see in the picture, they're a little longer. They go in the middle. No prob. Now this is an art I have never been able to do yarn work. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have no idea. When it tried to get into crochet. Well, actually, what it did first was knitting. And knitting is hard. It could never figure out yarn tension on the needles. And it's a lot easier to do this with the crochet, because you just have this one hook and it's easier to keep control over the yarn. I 3D print and CNC and injection mold at my business, more computer work than hands-on. Okay, that's cool. I've always wanted to do 3D printing. Do you design your own prints? Nice. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, that's definitely something that Ken has been interested in. Thinks 3D work or 3D printing can be pretty fun. The things people have made with 3D printing is very, very cool. Mainly government contracts. All right. Yeah, it's got a brother who does a lot of that. He's in Romania right now. Security stuff, though, not 3D printing. Excuse it. Jeez. Yeah. Little by little. This took a while for Ken to get to this point where it's able to kind of have something that looks closer to the pictures. It should, last stream it showed it off, but it can bring it back here after it's done with this gill. But you should have seen the first attempt that it did of an axolotl, and that was just 2 years ago. Like, if you just keep at it, you can really improve. And it's very relaxing doing this. Something that size, even making it look like yarn would take 8 to 11 hours to print, and it costs a lot more material. It believes it. It believes it. But automation is powerful. And it is kind of nice to be able to kind of... Well, it's heard that you can't really set it and forget it. Like, it kind of has played around with Raspberry Pis. And they had their whole Raspberry Pi, kits that are like just geared towards just having a cam fixed on your 3D printer so that it doesn't mess up. Yeah, that's the benefit of the 3D printer, is that it just makes it so that you can kind of do other stuff while it's doing that. But you have to keep an eye on it, apparently. Alright. Sorry, it's just sanity checking, making sure that the pattern is saying what it's saying. Yep, Octoprint, that's what it was. I couldn't remember the name specifically. I remembered the little octopus, but... Yeah, it loves Raspberry Pis. Those things are awesome. It mostly has used them to do RetroPis, but it has tried to make a small desktop for its son. We did, what was it, Tornado OS on that thing. It was really sweet. And it was using a 3D printed case that was like custom towards Tornado OS, so it even had like the tornado symbol on it. That thing was awesome. Does it sell these? Not at the moment, no, but it has considered doing these at like farmers markets, stuff like that. Right now, this is just an amigurumi doll that it's making for somebody, a child that goes to its church. That was 3. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, maybe it'll consider trying to do a little Etsy store. The nice thing about this pattern is that the lady does not mind you selling finished axolotl dolls. You just have to give credit to her store and her pattern. No, you can't cuddle plastic. Yeah. It's the drawback of those, huh? Though its kids love playing with 3D printed stuff. Like, it's got two kids. One's 4 and the other's 11. And they just go gaga over the stuff. They like fidget toys, like clickers and the little twisty things. Alright. Now we're on to 4. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Now my son, he would run me broke printing RC car parts. Wow, really? So he likes RC cars, huh? The local library in Ken's area, they have a kit that we could check out for RC cars. I always thought those things were cool. Never actually got to play with them when it was a kid. Our family was working class, not quite middle class, so we didn't always have like a ton of money. Oops. $130 in filament. Woo wee! Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it for sure.
Why are you wasting your time with me?
Am I wasting my time?
So this is... Next one's gonna be round 5. Okay. Wow. 20. All loaded down. Jeez Louise. Okay. So does he do, like, there's people, like, who do tracks, like dirt tracks and stuff like that. Some of its neighbors even have little RC car tracks. And they're pretty sweet and they're big. It supposes it's pretty popular in this area, but it's this is the first time that it's kind of seen so much of that, so it's kind of funny that you're bringing it up. It's new to this area. He basically remodels the whole RC car to his liking and prints it. How old is your son? Sounds pretty advanced.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
13. Okay, nice. Yeah, it has an 11-year-old boy. He mostly draws. That's his thing. He likes drawing a lot. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Gosh, it tried to get its son into, technical stuff, working with computers and maybe even doing like a little bit of light code. It's not really like an expert coder or anything. It dabbled in Python and JavaScript. And it was trying to introduce Scratch to him. But he just didn't have the patience for it. He still has trouble getting through File Explorer. Homeschooled. Okay. Yeah, we did homeschool 1 year. He just didn't take to it, though. At the time, he was unmedicated. He has ADHD. And it was kind of hard for him to focus. Okay, this looks like we need to do one more. Oh, okay. Well, sounds like you guys are more than equipped to go ahead and handle that. That's great. It enjoys teaching. It's worked in after-school programs before. And it had, a class of 20 kids all to its lonesome. And they were such sweethearts. It was working with second graders and third graders. But yeah, it kind of got out of education mostly because it just didn't like dealing with the parents. While machines run, I check out Pat's. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's great. Thank you for being here. It's wonderful to chat with you. Yeah, school bullies are really terrible. It's definitely had its share of bullying when it was in school. It was a late bloomer, you could say. Do people still say that? It's not sure. Oops. Okay, looks like this is done. Sanity check, make sure that this is actually longer. Yep, sure is. Count out roughly 6 inches. It's not scientific at all. It uses its thumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't care about being exact. We just want that extra length of tail. Should like silence the song, shouldn't it? Yeah, how do we do that? Let's see here. There you go. Oh, there we go. Okay. It just wanted to spare the stream the noise of its notifications going off. Now I'm have this wrong. I know nothing about what you're doing, but from watching, are you counting the loops based off of design to get the proper shape? Well, we're using this pattern that's on the screen right now. And in this pattern, they'll tell you how many stitches are supposed to be in each round. So for a variety of reasons, it's trying to do the pattern designer solid by not actually like explicitly stating how to do each round. It kind of encourages everybody watching to kind of go buy the pattern because it's less than $5 and it's money to them. So, but yeah, it's just using the pattern to count and make sure like how many stitches are supposed to be for each part. Like, and this isn't something that's super revealing. Like for most amigurumi, your magic ring, which is what it's doing right now, is gonna have 6 to start with. So we just have to count out 6 stitches. And as you get into doing crochet, you start to learn how things are supposed to look. So this is, right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But we're going to do that one again because the 5th one on the bottom was looking a little tight. And that's going to be a real pain in the butt to start with. Ken has the unfortunate habit of being really tight on its starting magic ring. Maybe we can try to change that. Let's see here. Okay. That's just starting. Okay, so this is 1. Oops. Oh, okay. It's not an expert. I notice you're using your finger as a kind of base. And I learned from watching that's my superpower. Yeah. Yep. So we use this finger here for tension. And then over here, we use this to try to keep control of our, because you see how it likes to slide off. Other people who are more confident don't necessarily hold this. You don't have to. That's just how Ken does things. And it usually wrapping it this much, a lot of people just have it draped over the finger. But because Ken either gets too much slack or because the yarn's just kind of loose like this, like it has a container that can hold the yarn, and then you can feed the yarn through like a little hole, and then that would make it easier to like pull the yarn through without having it flopping all over the place or getting a bunch of lint all over it or whatever. But this, because of this setup, it can't use its usual yarn container, so it's just kind of has to have the yarn like this. But there, that's 1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. So you count the V's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That first one is still a little tight, but we're just gonna move on. Get you a printer and I'll help you make stuff to help you with the yard. Like Ender 3 for like $140. Woo, dude, it wishes. It wishes. It really could use with the little boost. But doesn't everybody in this economy, huh? It's also a matter of space. There's nowhere to keep the printer right now. Right now we're lucky we have this space that we currently have. The real goal though is to save money and build a house, and then maybe we could have like a crafts room. It's definitely a roller coaster. I see tons of designs for yarn work. Yeah. Oh man, it's really booming. The crochet and knitting communities have really taken off. Something about it is just really appealing to Gen Z and Gen Alpha. I really couldn't tell you. Maybe it was COVID. Everybody just stuck inside of the house. That was actually about when Kin tried starting to do like knitting and crochet. Just had all that time on its hands and it wanted a hobby, and this seemed very productive. We live above our business, even though we are educated and do decent, we can't afford a separate house. Yeah, it's pretty rough right now. Every time you go to the grocery store, it's like, oh, dude, the amount of money that we spend. And the cart isn't even full. It's not even halfway full. It's like a fourth. It's sad. Taxes get about 48% of what you guys make. I miss the 90s. It was just a child during the 90s, but it hears you. It is reminiscing about the 90s all the time. It wishes that it could have been an adult during the 90s. It must have been nice. It must have been nice. And they're old. The sad thing is back then people were complaining. Isn't that crazy? We don't need to turn inside out just yet. So we did. That was round 2. Now we're just going to do round 3. This stitch marker here is what helps to keep Kin from losing its place. So this last stitch where the stitch marker is how we know we've finished a round. When we have to pull that out and stitch into it, that's when the round's done. 91? Okay, yeah, it was born in 88, actually. Good times. It remembers playing the Sega Genesis and thinking it was the coolest thing ever. Watching you, I have gained all new respect for my late grandmother who made us all blankets. Oh, blankets can be very time-consuming. It made a blanket for its father for Christmas, and that took it, 2 or 3 weeks? Sorry if it's not centering its hands. She made all her kids and grandkids queen-size blankets. Wow. No, it didn't do. It didn't make its father a queen size blanket. It made its father a throw, like a lap throw, and that took it a while. But Kin is also not like the fastest. Like as if you watch somebody with more experience, they are just zipping through, and they can do it without even looking at what they're doing. But it's not nearly that good. Maybe if it was more consistent with its crochet. Warmest blankets ever to exist. Yeah, it bets. Did she do wool? Wool must have been really nice. Alright, that was 3. We're gonna do 4. Yeah, but it's what you want when it's wintertime. That is the best.
Hidden within each of us is not only the capacity to love and hate, but to take that final step to be not only a creator, but a destroyer, a mad, unreasoning killer.
Yeah. It held on to some stuff from its aunt who passed away about 10 years ago for a really long time. Sometimes it's hard to let that stuff go, but like especially when it's handmade, like it would never get rid of the blankets that its mother has made. Its mother does quilting, and it's held on to pretty much every quilt that she has ever given, and they're a lot. Probably could fill like 2 whole large totes. No, the quilts. What's it saying? Probably more like 5 or 6, because some of them are huge. She came visit and say, "Bring me that good blanket," referring to the one she made. Well, hey, the lady knew. The lady knew what she was making. She knew she made something quality. Oops. All right. All right. This is round 5. I don't know if she was cold or just checking we still had it. Yeah, you could see that being the case. That's cute though. It's that, you know what? Now that it's saying that, it's definitely done that thing where you go to somebody's house and you're like, "Hey, could really use this," and it's like the very thing that you made them or gave them. It's nice to know that people are using the things that you make. It's made toys, little dolls, other amigurumi dolls for its kids. And it makes it so happy to see them play with them.
Hidden within each of us is not only the capacity to love and hate, but to take that final step to be not only a creator, but a destroyer, a mad, unreasoning killer.
Alright. Now we are on 6. This is round 6. Sadly, I have no grandparents left now, and I regret not spending more time with them when I could have. Yeah. That's how it felt when its aunt passed away. She had been trying to call Kin just like a week or 2 before she passed, and Kin hadn't gotten back to her. And this was back when it was like in its early 20s, so it was being dumb, just taking for granted that she would always be there. It still has its grandparents. Some of them. Its grandparents on its mother's side have passed away, but its father's parents are still around. They are up there in age, though. They're about in their 80s. It really wants to go visit them very badly, but they're out of They're out of the country. They're in Panama. The country Panama, not Panama City, Florida, like Panama, Panama. I lost my grandfather 3 days ago, so I feel you. I'm so sorry. My condolences. It's always difficult to deal with trying to have a loss in the family like that. It's just so much to process. Were your kids close to your grandfather? He lived a good life. He was 93, went in his sleep, and it was from a tick bite he didn't know about, is what was found. So Lyme disease. Wow, gosh, it's got a new reason to hate ticks. Jeez, it hates ticks. It really, really despises them. It thought one day, like, oh, maybe if we learn more about them, maybe we won't find them so repulsive. And then it made a mistake of actually watching an educational video about them, and they're just little nightmares. Truly horrific creatures. Yeah, they helped him on the farm a lot. Okay. Well, that's good that your kids have some memories with him. It's really good. Its kids haven't had as much time as it would like to spend with its grandparents, but the cost of travel really has gone up, especially if you're traveling out of the country. That's so wonderful. And that's awesome that he was on a farm. Because he was like a farmer. Did he do cows? Didn't know this, but untreated Lyme disease caused limus cardactus, basically cardiac arrest. Yeah. Yeah, Lyme disease is no joke at all. He had 124 head of Black Angus. Oh, wow. Its father-in-law has... Well, he used to have a cow farm. He sold all of his cattle. That was in Wisconsin. Well, hopefully your family's holding up. Oh. Alright. So there's our long gills. What's weird, this winter, it's here in West Virginia, so the tick thing was weird. They found that bullseye and bite when looking for cause of death. Blood test confirmed the Lyme. Man. That's insanity. Yeah, because they aren't supposed to be active at this time of year. It used to live in Wisconsin where, like, there was just... that state is infested right now with ticks. It's not sure what the problem is, if it's like a climate thing or if maybe we've just been tampering with the environment too much so that the things that kept the tick population in control they're just not around anymore. But it was really bad in Wisconsin. You know how the older people are, they don't go to the hospital for nothing. Yeah, its father refused to go to the doctor when he had injured his shoulder. It was very frustrating. He had like this bad fall that he'd taken last year, and it was bad enough. I mean, he fell from like 5-6 feet up on a ladder onto gravel, and he refused to go to the doctor for just, it didn't necessarily think that he had broken his shoulder or something, but the fact that it took him 3 months to finally admit, okay, I'm gonna go see the doctor, and then they started him on physical therapy, and then he started to get better. I was like, if you would have just done that to begin with. Chickens and possums are your best friends against ticks. Yeah. Oh yes, it loved having chickens just roaming on the property. It used to live on a farm as well. Unfortunately, we had to leave. Okay, we're gonna try and start assembling. Now, this is not Kin's favorite part, but we're gonna do our best. Here, let's see. Do we have our little... There we go. It doesn't really know how much the pins actually help with keeping the gills in place, but because it's on stream, it kind of really wants to make sure we're getting this right. So let's see if we can try to keep it in place. So we want these to be on the side. My grandfather, about 10 years ago, fell off the roof of his house cleaning the chimney, broke his back, and ignored it for a week before my mother made him go to the doctor. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's just that generation. Jeez, man. Alright. So in the picture, you can kind of see there. The first gill is kind of up on the head. We'll try to aim for about the same. Just try to... The thing is about having these is that we'll have to... Obviously, we're going to have to move them as we go. But literally, all we're going to do is go into the doll and try to come out a good stitch. And then come back through one full stitch of the piece we're trying to see our patch. His L3 vertebra was broken. Yeah. That's serious. That's pretty serious. It's mom's partner. This was after she had left my father. He had walking pneumonia before he passed. He was in his 70s. And he also had a bladder infection. And this was on top of his other health problems, and he refused to get help up until he died, pretty much. It was horrible. You're brave. I'd already have put that needle through my finger. Well, this is a big tapestry needle. So the nice thing is that these are you really can't hurt yourself with these. These are the ones that Ken's nervous about. These are like the normal pokey needles. But this one it's not so much afraid of. So that's nice. Though it does like doing some needlework. It's not sure if it'll ever do that on the stream because it's probably not as interesting, but it's made like some pillows. It'd be cool to try making a cloth, like a fabric doll, using textiles. And that's part of the reason why it's always kind of like cautious about using because sometimes it doesn't even use these. Because they're always kind of lifting up, out, and then it falls somewhere, and then Ken poke. That's when Ken pokes itself. It has definitely poked itself trying to assemble things. Wife says that's cute. Me and her eating lunch, just watching you do your thing. She isn't the talker, I am. Well, hello to your wife. Thank you very much for watching. It's very nice to have people on stream chatting with Ken. It hopes that you guys can understand it too, since it uses neopronouns, but we try to stay consistent with our speech. It actually doesn't normally talk like this all the time. It kind of switches back and forth between first and third. And it'll do it unconsciously. It's done this at appointments and when it's shopping. Like, it's asked questions referring to itself as it, but just for the sake of the stream, it tries to stay consistent. But every once in a while, you'll hear it speak with, you know, nominal pronouns, I, me. So, we were scrolling Kick. She goes, click that one. Great. That's awesome. Sorry if it's not centered. The sewing part requires a little bit like closer inspection, so that's why it pulls the doll closer to the body. Don't worry, I have full convos with myself to double check myself. I sound like Colin from Lord of the Rings sometimes. Hey, you know what though? That's alright. Honestly, before Ken even started using pronouns, sorry, let's see if maybe we can just pull this forward. And then you can see better what it's doing, because it keeps pulling the doll closer to see what it's doing. But before it even started using neo-pronouns, it would do that too. Like, just talk to itself and refer to itself in the third person. Like, okay, what are you doing? Yep, we're getting there. So the first one is never so bad to put on. But it's always worried about after we start assembling the other pieces, if they're lined up. Like, it's had to completely undo its assembly after nearly being done, which really sucks, to start again because it realized, like, oh, that's lopsided, oh, that looks funny. Okay, so this isn't really necessary and the pattern doesn't call for it, but Ken likes to just do, and it, gosh, this yarn is cheap and it's old, so that's why it's separating like this. But it likes to kind of just do like a simple tie. Pull that really tight so it's not a big bump there. And then all we're going to do is actually just go into the pattern itself and have the needle poke out the other side so that it goes through the whole doll and the stuffing as well. Like, I'll be loading a chunk of billet aluminum in the CNC. Like, don't hurt the precious. Oh, like, don't mess up the $200 block of aluminum. I hope that I did this right. Yeah. Absolutely. It'll narrate. That's why, like, you know, the streaming thing, it just kind of started to feel like, well, this feels logical to start doing because it talks to itself constantly. That's why it can be very chatty. And it was actually trying to make itself not be so chatty just because, like, it's not sure. Like, some people kind of like a chill vibe and just want to listen to the stream music and watch you work quietly. But then, like, Ken's like, oh, it went to the store the other day and this happened to it. And there's the... Where did it go? Okay. So there we go. That's kind of nice. There's not too much of the filling coming out. So we're gonna... Now, basically, all we're gonna do is kind of pull this up and then snip it close to the base. And there you go. And you just kind of mush it around, and all of a sudden that end of the tail is gone, and this is fully attached. Now, this is a little bit crooked, but it's gonna live with that. And the boy is too. Because this is hard. But we're going to put the next one here, about here. Makerspace. Like, we are all mad here. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's that it read Alice in Wonderland. It tracks. I read it for fun in high school. That was before the Johnny Depp movie came out, which you did not like. Maybe you like it. Sorry if you do, but it did not. Enjoy that film or any of its sequels. Why is a raven like a writing desk? Yeah, that was a pretty influential story. Ken has written a few novels, and that definitely would pop up into its head a lot. The absurdism and the touch of surrealism was very cool. And it wasn't even like a pothead. It knows that a lot of kids kind of just get into it thanks to Jefferson Airplane and stuff like that. But that wasn't the reason that Ken got into it. The Disney cartoon was okay, actually. In reality Alice was just tripping on mushrooms and nothing really happened? Yeah, that's possible. That was a very popular theory when it was in high school. What if she was just on mushrooms? Yeah. Okay, now see here, look. So we might have to do a course correction already. So we just noticed that there's a little gap. This is why this is Ken's like least favorite part of this whole process. We're gonna redo this. It's always good to stop and check before we go too far. Because if you go too far and you're overcommitted, then there's gonna be tears. So we're gonna shimmy this up. Trying to make sure that we're still on the side. Oops. Does your wife do any crafts? Filling is coming out here. That's good. Oh, I was just asking if your wife did any crafts. Digital art. Nice. Like Krita and stuff? Kind of really dug Krita. There was another program too that it was using that did Rebel 7 that does a really impressive job recreating realistic art mediums in digital form. Can be very intensive on the graphics card though. A lot of Photoshop and freehand tablet drawing. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it has a tablet, but it's old. It doesn't have like a screen tablet. It's you have to still look at like your computer screen and then like draw like this. Like you get used to it. It's not that bad. But it does wish that it had like a tablet with the screen so you can actually see what you're doing down here. That's why I got this tablet. It was hoping that it would be able to do that with that, but it's not as powerful as Kim would have liked. There's a lot of lag. Yeah, she had the iPad and MacBook. All she uses it for. Oh, hey! Thank you very much for the follow there, Uyako. Is that Uyako? Uyako? Sorry, thank you very much. Thanks for joining the clan. Hi. I gave her a hard time because of what it cost. Yeah, those things are expensive. It used to have a MacBook Pro and an iMac from back in... Gosh, when was it? 2007. And that was costly. Very nice systems though. And the support was great at the time. Oh no, see, look. Did we do it again? We did it again, you guys. This is why this is not Kin's favorite. How are you doing there? Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to pronounce your name. Wiyako? Hope you're having a good day. They're nice, I just wish she used it for other things. Instead, she uses her phone for everything the PC can already do. Yeah. Yeah, that's... But, you know, smartphones these days are just very powerful. Like, right now it's using its smartphone as, like, a second webcam. It never would have been able to do those before. Okay, let's try to get... Maybe we just need to scooch this over. Yeah, we just kind of... We just need to move it over a little bit. Pretty sure. Because when we tested the spot out, it looked like it would fit there. Right? Is it crazy? It's not crazy, right? She has Apple, I have Android. We go back and forth. Okay, yeah. I can understand that. Yeah, it's always been Android. Very, very loyal Android user. It just poked itself with that needle that was on the other side there. Now let's see. If we do it this way, is that going to pull it over enough, or do we need to pull it over more? We might need to see. Maybe we can try to get it pulled over just a bit more. I might be trying to make this... Trying to make something that might not be ideal work, but here. Oh, no, wait. Okay, and then if we just kind of go into, we can try to stitch. And even just try to stitch over to, will this work? You don't know, chat. Let's try it. She breaks her iPhone like once a year. Here I am, 3 years on a Samsung S23 Ultra. It used, yeah, we bridged the gap. It used a Google Pixel 4a for like, gosh, it wants to say like 6 years maybe? Something like that. It was like way past its support life. They had like, it was, they said, we're not doing security support for this anymore. We're just occasionally doing quality of life support. Go buy a new phone, please. And Kin just refused. Because the 4A was just, it was just a very well done phone. And it didn't really need to switch. It finally did so last year because I started to get paranoid with how cybersecurity is these days. Pixels are nice. I'm just Samsung spoiled. It's had a Samsung before. Samsung. Wait, is Samsung the one that did Galaxy? The Samsung Galaxy? It feels like that's correct. I can't remember which Galaxy. Yeah, okay. I can't remember which Galaxy that was, but that was like, gosh, 2008? Love that thing. I love that thing. It was a very good phone. It came bundled with the Avatar film, like hardwired into the phone, not hardwired, but it was like bloatware, and it could not delete it. But hey, when it was bored and it needed to watch something, yeah, yep, you can drop them. They're fine. They're very durable phones. I love the pen this Galaxy S23 Ultra came with. It's seen those. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's been pretty happy. This phone here is also a Google Pixel. And this is the Google Pixel 9 Pro XL. So it got this just literally before they came out with the new Pixel 10.
I've already arranged the body to be exhumed.
And this was used, technically. Well, it was like from those back market websites. Wife sends me a shopping list. I can use screen write and it marks the list off with a pen. That's cool. It loves stuff like that. It's so into like technology. It's always lamented that it hasn't learned more about how computers work. Because it really does enjoy like old computers. It's actually got a computer collection of old computers from as far back as like, it wants to say 95, 94. It really would like to get a Commodore 64. But that's not in the cards just yet. Or a customer wants change on a design, I can use the pen and mark the change to be clear and email it right from the phone. That's nice. Perfect example of technology being more helpful than anything else. It's like it was such a game changer getting a smartphone in its life. We're just hiding the tail end here because we're gonna live with where that gill is. It's okay. It's good. Good enough. Good enough. And mush it a little bit. Sometimes it gets a little misshapen when we do this, but it's not actually like, because it's going back right into the same hole that we went in, or we came out of rather. So it's just like the filling kind of gets pulled a little bit. There we go. Second gill attached. Oops, sorry. Don't mind my typing. Got them toe fingers. Oh, that's all right, man. It really does live and die by autocorrect. There we go. No more tail. Second gill is on. Alright, now we're going to put another short gill on. And we're really going to make sure that it is flush up against the other ones. Maybe not there, because that's where we're going to start. And it's not like perfectly straight, but honestly, the kids never care. They just like that it kind of looks like what they want it to. So try this. That's where it's kind of been trying to learn not to be so much of a perfectionist. Alright, we're going to take our tapestry needle and start this next one. Ah, sorry. It is 12:20. Well, Ken's having a pretty good time trying to finish this so far. If it was perfect, it wouldn't look as good, right? There's something about the corpse of a handmade doll that really kind of sets it apart from manufactured stuff. Not to hate on some plushes. There's some really nice plushes out there. But when you have something that you know somebody spent time on with their hands and they made it just for you, it's really special. It's just nice. Yeah, it hadn't been planning to do this all day, but it might. Since everybody seems to be having a good time and it's having decent progress. It's not... I was afraid that it was going to get like really frustrated because whenever it has to do the assembly portion... I'm going to move the light. There we go. Whenever it has to do the assembly portion, it always has to ribbit, which is just crochet slang for ripping the thread out. It's just that when you're saying it fast, it sounds like you're ribbiting like a frog. But it had originally been thinking about switching to playing like an old retro game. It was partway through a playthrough of BAD MOJO, but it might just stay with this because it's kind of nice to finally make progress on this. The boy that had been waiting for this doll has now been waiting like 2 weeks, which normally it only takes like a week at most for Ken to finish these, so it's just been kind of busy. I could see you getting used to doing these and you'd be able to make them fast, and I bet they would sell. That's what its husband said. Its husband said the same thing. He was like, you should practice making these, and then you could turn around and sell them at like farmers markets or off of Etsy or something. But they wanted to like price its father and its mother and its husband were like, why don't you price it at like $40? And it was like, $40 in this economy? Who's gonna buy it? Like, it understands, yes, the amount of time it takes for Ken to make these, but if it could get faster at it, then would the price still hold? Like, we have to think about what people are gonna think when they look at this sitting on a stall. Like, you couldn't sell this for $40. It was thinking more like, at most, 10, 15. We need some axolotl toboggans. Yes, this cold is fierce. Now that you bring that up, gosh, it's been meaning to call its mother. She is in Georgia, so she's pretty much she was. It didn't look at the weather reports last night or today, but it's been devilishly cold over there, horrendously cold. I'm 34-year-old straight male. I'd wear one. Hey, much respect. That doesn't matter. You wear what you want. You wear what you want, man. It understands. Would this be a good spot? It kind of likes to do that little kind of last tie there before it commits to getting the thread into the doll. It really wants to double check. All right. There we go. Okay. I mean, it's not like perfect, but it looks kind of like the picture. I'd rock a pink one. Purple rainbow doesn't matter as long as I look fly and my head's not cold. Yeah. Yup. It hates when its head's cold. It hates it. It would go around wearing a balaclava all the time if it wasn't afraid of being hassled for wearing one. Okay, we're gonna hide our tail again. Start on the other side. And go down. Ooh, we got some action over on Twitch. That was very nice. Stoked about that. Stoked that its alerts worked too. Too bad they don't work on Kick. But it supposes there's this OBS Stream Elements plugin kind of has like an activity feed, so at the very least it was able to catch that fellow from you, Dragonus. He'd wear it in a... I played dress up with my daughter and got a call from the wife that her car wouldn't start at Walmart. Yep, Dad went to Walmart in a dress with makeup. That's awesome. Should be able to. You should be able to. Like, hey, you're out there playing with your daughter. If emergency comes up, like, you gotta go take care of the wife. Not gonna bother making her sit there and wait. That is great. Loves that. Loves that. Alright. Now here's the lining up part is always where King gets the most nervous. We're going to see if we can use the ring. So this is the magic ring right there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we did it on the 6th round. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we just want to make sure that that end goes right there. If we're trying to kind of at least get it lined up. Sorry, it might not be super obvious on the camera, but it is trying to line that up. It finished one of these and the fins were a little crooked and it just said, well, he's going to live with it. And he did. The boy was happy with it. The brother of the boy that, let's see if you can find a better way to phrase that. It had made one of these for a different boy at the church, and then this one that it's currently working on, his brother requested. It did it. It said it in a way that wasn't weird. So, but his gills were like a little bit crooked. In my state, it wouldn't be seen for what was really going on, sadly. People would judge too much. Yeah, wouldn't judge too much. It wouldn't be seen for what was really going on. People would judge... Oh, okay. Sorry. Alright. It's tracking now. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like that in a lot of places, sadly. It's a little easier on the coasts, but the further south you go, you tend to run into more conservative thinking. It's actually living in the Southwest currently, but this place that we're in is kind of like a nice little pocket of just open-minded people. So that's kind of nice. We'll see if we can get 2 more gills on here, but it's going to probably have to take an intermission at some point for lunch. It's got to feed itself. This is shaping up to be a pretty good day. I had to get up really early to take its husband to work. We got up at like, gosh, it was before 4:30. That was not fun. But we went to bed pretty early in preparation, so it managed to get just enough sleep. But right now we're dealing with the 1-car situation. We're hoping that that's going to end after this week. It's never fun having to cart everybody around. It's been playing taxi for like 2 weeks now. naturally right when it's like trying to start this streamer stuff. Isn't that just the way of things? Also, sorry if it keeps drifting away from the mic. This is a cardioid mic, and it upped the gain on it, but it does prefer Kin to be facing it and sitting like at least 8 inches from it, and it's just hard to do that when you're focused on your hands. It's looking good. Well, I have to get back to work. I hope you have a good stream and tons of people follow. Hey, thank you very much for joining, Dragoness, and hope to see you again. Take care. Say thank you again to the wife, and hope you and your family do well. Appreciate you. Gonna have to find another. It was mentioning about wanting to get a dinosaur pattern, because another boy had requested a dinosaur creature of some kind earlier in the stream, but it's also wanted to do like a spider, and Ken really loves spiders. It doesn't like go around holding them in its hands or anything usually, at least not if they're too big. But it has a pet tarantula. I could try to show him off, but it's afraid that if it picks up his container that it'll run. The container is clear on all sides though, so it could still look into his little hidey hole if he does bolt. But not sure if anybody who might be watching or who might be watching on the VOD would be struggling with arachnophobia. That's something that it's been learning more, that people have a very intense fear of spiders. Like, it always knew that people disliked spiders in general. They can be kind of off-putting to many. But to the point that Kin was basically being told, hey, you have to tag this in like Discord servers. That was a new thing for Kin to kind of learn. That was just a few years ago. So it's become more careful about sharing its spider pet. But maybe while we're doing a little bit after we get our lunch, we can come and sit down and then just kind of show them off a little bit. Neat. So we're just hiding our tail right now. This is kind of like a nice clean way. In the past, it had tried all kinds of ridiculous ways to hide its tail, and then one day it watched this really good tutorial video on YouTube. Don't remember the lady. Sorry, couldn't tell you off the top of the dome. But she had just shown to do this, and it was like, oh, that's how you do it. And then it doesn't look crazy, and the stitch doesn't come undone because it's wrapped around, or it's going through the polyfill. And even just hiding the ends, you can kind of just squish it around, and then it gets sucked up by the polyfill and it goes out of sight. So there's our fourth one on. It's so tempted to just finish putting these gills on. Here, this is the other long one. We need to put... Do we? No. supposes we didn't. We forgot to put some polyfill into that one, but that's fine. We'll just to stay consistent on both sides. How about we not put any polyfill on this one? So no polyfill on this particular gill we're gonna prepare because we forgot to put it on the one on the other side. And now that it's thinking about it, it didn't usually put polyfill into the fins, into the gills. But whatever, it's okay. Just so long as it looks more or less like what the kid asked for, and it's shaping up pretty okay. There we go. Right up smack next to that. We're going to go around the bottom. Or no, let's go up. Just so we can get this kind of tugged in. It's going to have to come up with like a resource for like good crochet YouTube channels that it likes to use. There's some really good ones that it goes back all the time for reference. Sometimes it doesn't remember how to do a half double crochet or how to do a claw stitch. Wait, isn't that a half double crochet? I can't remember. There's so many different names for like the same thing. Alright. And this stuff here is just the polyfill that gets pulled through. It just stands out more because of the black. Which is a little annoying, but we deal with it. Let's double check our music, make sure that the right music is still playing. Yes. Okay. It just wanted to make sure that it wasn't playing something that was copy. I was going to get a copyright strike. It has a playlist that it made just for background music. So we do want this to connect. Let's go like we did last time. We're going to go through the base here. Absolutely ensure that this is there. Pardon it as it focuses. Sometimes it does lock in and just kind of forget to chat, but it's kind of okay to sit in silence. It's kind of okay to sit in silence sometimes. Wasn't sure if we were getting too quiet there. Just drifted over a little closer to the mic. But it's alright. We have these nice tunes. We're making some progress. Gonna make a kid happy. It's gonna be sweet. It is sweet, right now, in this moment. King could really use with giving itself a little bit more of a motivational talk. It's so easy to slip into negative thinking in this world right now. Yep. It's coming along. It is definitely coming along. Now it's not trying to get close to the mic. Now it's just trying to see what it's doing. Hopefully you guys, it's trying to make sure its hands are in the proper spot. It's been definitely an adjustment trying to get used to filming itself while it works, because well, you do any kind of hobby and then you're used to just having your hands wherever you want them. You're not thinking about where your hands are. You're not thinking about, well, can somebody see this? So that's when you know Ken's really getting into it, is if all of a sudden its hands move off frame. Maybe it should make like a like some kind of alert or chat command or something that people can enter to say like, hey, get back on camera. That'd be funny. Okay. Well, we came back full circle. Let's see. Is this going to be okay to do this here on this spot? Pull it nice and tight. Yeah. There you go. You can't see that. Wonderful. Wunderbar. And then we're going to push through. And we're going to start hiding our thread. We're making decent progress. Look at this, guys. I'm feeling really good about this. Gosh, this has been sitting unassembled for like 2 weeks. It's mumbling. It's mumbling again. It's sorry. It's got to come up with an alert or something. Some kind of thing that people can do. Maybe using chat points or something that's just like, hey, Kin. Stop mumbling. Or, hey, Kin. Get back on camera. It's got ADHD. It gets a little shifty. That's okay. We're all okay here. Excellent. All right, last skill. And then we're probably going to take a quick intermission so that King can get some food. Yep. Coming along. Sometimes it puts the pins down before thinking about like where it's gonna start. It needs to put this back here because we're gonna go that way. We usually like to kind of pull the thread like in the direction it would have continued going if had it not fastened off there, just so that we can pull that last stitch over in a way that it doesn't stick out. Going a little closer there. There we go. Oops. Oh no, it pulled everything out. Alright, but we're still gonna be in the place that we want, so let's just pull these out and do it again. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes you just get uprooted. That's okay. It has gone through some stuff in its life, man. And it doesn't want to say that like it's been through like the worst, but it's definitely been through some difficulties. At one point it was a homeowner, and then it lost its home thanks to very complicated reasons. And it was displaced for almost half a year with kids. It was not fun. Had a lot of very dysfunctional and toxic relationships that it ended up having to get away from, because it just kind of realized how much codependency was in its life, and that the people around it were just not wanting to treat Kin right, not wanting to take responsibility for their mistakes. And that's to be very exhausting, trying to recover from that. Very, very exhausting. It takes everything to unlearn what you have learned, as Yoda would say. I should make a Yoda doll, now that it brings up Yoda. Oh. Yeah, we could use with a little stretch bake. We're almost done though. We're almost done with this one. Gill. After the gills, the next difficult or challenging thing to assemble is the tail. Because whereas with the arms and the gills, like, you can have the pieces sort of go on flat, so you don't have to think about it in it like a wider area attaching to the doll. You just have to keep your lines straight. But when you're sewing around, trying to keep a circle, because that's how the tail is. It's a circle. That can be challenging. It's had it happen before as it was sewing, that the shape would get all mushed off, or we'd get off track and it would be all wobbly. And that's never fun, because trying to redo the tail attachment it's just a butt. It's just a butt. This is like the fourth, let's see here. Yeah, this is like the fourth axolotl it's ever made. So that's cool. I'm gonna do that thing we've been doing with the other gills and kind of thread it into the previous gill. And pull that just to make sure we don't have a gap between. It's not what the pattern doesn't call for this specifically. A lot of times, most crochet patterns just kind of leave you to it to assemble things on your own. And it's like, however you want to do it, you do it, man. Like, you'll be lucky sometimes if they'll tell you at least where on the pattern to kind of put it. Because the gills, they're just like, well, just put it on the sides, or put the arms and on the sides, but it doesn't say like how high up on the body. And Kin is a bit of a perfectionist, and it can take things very literally. It does suspect that it might have a little bit of autism. Oops. So it's wondering if that desire to have like very specific instructions comes from that. Not sure. But it always feels very like so much better when the pattern's like, put this at between the magic ring and round 6. It always appreciates that. Okay, we're going to do that little tie there. Boop. And then we're going to go through the head. We don't really care where it comes through. It just needs to go in different directions. And tries to do this at least 2 or 3 times to ensure the thread doesn't come back out. Maybe we can squeeze in one more if we pull at the end there. Okay, it's just important to make sure that you're going back into the same hole though, because if you don't, then the yarn's gonna be noticeable. Keep coming out through the front of the head, but hey, it's working. So there we go. And we're just gonna pull this a little bit and snip. These are not fabric scissors, that's why it takes a few tries. But there. Look at that, you guys. We have gills. The head looked a little misshapen there, but you just have to mush him back into place. There you go. Look at him. Oh, Ken is so proud. Boy's gonna love it. This is great. Okay. Wonderful. Well, it's going to take maybe 5-10 minute break to go try to get some food secured. Then it'll come back. Maybe we'll eat on stream. It's not trying to be gross, but it doesn't want to leave the stream just hanging because it's not done. And it wants to kind of keep going. We'll see. Maybe we'll just finish it today. It was planning on doing some retro games, but it might just try to finish this, bang it out. But for now, we're gonna do an intermission. So we'll be back 5-10 minutes, okay? All right. Peace.
time on me?
Am I wasting my time?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
What kind of doctor? I'm not sick.
Why are you wasting your time on me?
Am I wasting my time?
You're from now over her.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
What kind of doctor? I'm not sick.
Why are you wasting your time on me?
Am I wasting my time?
You're from now over her.
Okay. We're back. But unfortunately, it does not look like we're going to be able to finish doing the axolotl today because Kin's battery on its phone is low and it needs its battery to not run out in case of an emergency. It's playing taxi for the whole family, so it has to be ready to leave at a moment's notice. And the phone cannot die. Actually, to that end, it needs to go take it off silent, so it'll be right back. Okay. Maybe we should change our stream category. Um, hmm. Oh, well, maybe I should just close this. We don't need the tablet laptop combination right now. There we go. Put that away. Oh. Maybe we should just shift back over completely. There's going to be a little bit of clattering going on as it moves its whole setup. All right. I'm going to put this back where it normally is. Which is right there. Okay. Well, that wasn't too bad. Sorry, we have it put some tape on the table so it knows where to put its mic when it sits back down. Let's lower this so you guys can actually see its face. Oops. Sorry, this is a process. Trying to get it the pop filter back to where it should be. Okay. So let's fix our stream. Just chatting. At this point, it's the sandwich is going to get soggy. Video blogging maybe on YouTube. It's doing multi-stream right now, so unless this thing is gonna misbehave something awful. Huh. Ordinarily you can just hit update streams and then okay. There. It really doesn't want to have to do that individually for each stream. Let's try again. Broadcast settings. Maybe it did update because it was already saved. There. Okay. It was looking for the continue screen on this particular window to like confirm that it had taken the update. Ooh! Excuse it. I'm still trying to figure out too the whole mic situation. Yeah, so and forgive it, it's gonna have to move back a little bit because it can't eat like this. But we cannot continue the crochet at least for now because its phone, which it was using for the top down camera, was dying. So we'll switch to games. In case you have not been enough of a curious birdie, if you look at its about page, Kin mentions that it plays retro games. And we've been partway through a playthrough of BAD MOJO. So, probably going to continue that. So just give it a moment while it tries to snarf this down. It's going to have to stop around 3:30 Mountain Time to go get its kids from school. So it's going to just try to focus on eating, but we'll continue in a moment. Okay. We got our literal lemon water. I'm gonna hydrate. As you can see, Ken is keeping it pretty casual. We're sitting on a robe. We were literally wearing a robe earlier. But then it started to get hot. So I took it off. But we changed our sweater. And now we're gonna change gears here. So that was nice. Doing some crochet work. Really feels good to get some progress done on that amigurumi doll. Absolutely looking forward to giving that to that boy. Maybe tomorrow it will stream in the morning finishing that doll. And it'll try to keep its phone charged. It could have kept going if it had an outlet here to charge with. But we have had the circuit in this corner of the house just go out because of being overloaded. Granted, that was because we were using a space heater, because our house heater broke. And so the space heater was just left on all day, trying to heat up that little living room, or that big living room that we have, this little space heater. But apparently it's on the same, the plug that it was going into is on the same circuit as the one that is for this bedroom, at least this corner of the bedroom. So that sucked when it tried to do its second ever stream. Technically, its first official stream. It did it. Its first stream was like crochet. It was actually crochet. It was making stuff. But that was just kind of like a test stream. We hadn't even fully set up our broadcast screens, and gosh, hopefully you guys can hear it. Okay, it's gonna scoot up a little closer. Sorry, it's done eating. It's gotta get better about its mic discipline. It's sorry about that. But yeah, it see, now we're way too loud. How the hell? Okay. So we had the power just go out right at the top of the stream. And it really sucked. It kind of felt discouraging. It was like, is this God trying to tell Ken that it cannot stream? Heaven forbid. No, that wasn't, the problem was easily fixed. And now it's trying to be a little bit more careful about what it's plugging into where. Fortunately, too, the heater was kind of sort of fixed. They just got the pilot light working again, but it's an old heater, so it can't reignite itself if the wind puts it out. Because there's this, it's supposed a vent from the ceiling, or not the ceiling, the roof, going into the heater space. It doesn't know what it's called. And the wind was so intense in its area that it blew the pilot light out. But since it's an old pilot light, or an old heater model, it couldn't reignite itself. So it sucked. That was a really fascinating story, right, guys? Super great. But yeah, we're gonna switch stuff up. Time for some gameage. Okay, it closed the bag. It only had 3 peanut M&Ms. It's being very good. It's trying not to have too much. Oh, it's already open. What's it doing? It was trying to get Launchbox on. Well, hopefully it doesn't screw things up. But we're going to have to move our OBS screen over. Was it nice having Ken just kind of speaking forward for once? If not, at least looking at the camera, like, looking forward. It has that habit of. It's supposed maybe that's what a lot of streamers do is they just look over at their panel and kind of respond to that almost. Is that normal? It's not really sure. It's kind of new to the streamer culture. It's watch streams, but it hasn't been like hardcore following anybody since, let's see, 2016, 2017. It used to watch streamers like all the time, but mostly it was on YouTube. But now YouTube is not, it's not really like the main thing that anybody uses anymore. Now they just kind of dual stream there, but they don't, that's not their main place to stream. All right, well, it did try to open something right now. So we're gonna try. We're gonna try again. There we go. Sorry, it was like it double clicked on Bad Mojo in Launchbox, and then nothing happened, and it was like, hello, hello, hello. Where are we, game? Hello. Calling on the cockroach. Oh, it has to blow its nose. 1 second, sorry. You want to talk about setbacks? We were trying to start doing this, right? And then naturally its daughter gets dreadfully ill and then passes it on to Kim, of course. Sorry, it's already been like, the game's already been launching. It was just kind of letting it go. Okay, let's do it. So we were in the bar. Yesterday we did have, oh wait, no, we finished the bar. We're in, bar done. There you go. We don't know where we are. It was kind of weird. We just kind of got teleported here after apparently getting high off of some alcoholic fumes or something. But now, as you can see, ooh, it's the cat. It's the cat. No, not the cat. Okay, we can go up, but let's explore this desk. Can we go under here? Yes, but it doesn't. Oh, it does take us somewhere. This must be. Oh, what's his name? It's been a while since we've seen any papers or any mention of his name in the game. The game focuses quite a bit on Eddie, who is the guy who actually owns this building, renting to the main character. He owns the bar beneath this apartment, and he lost his wife, Angelina, of course, Angel, and she had worked with him in the bar. So the bar used to be very successful, but it no longer is. She was a waitress there. And ever since she passed away, Eddie has been kind of living on hard times. Okay, we've got 2 messages. Can we play? No? Oh, it does. It did it!
Dr. Sams, this is Ellen Thurber. Dr. Michelson's asked me to remind you about the review meeting scheduled for Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Could you please call me to confirm that? Thank you.
Friday, 7:58 a.m.
Is there a way to... Can we play one of the previous ones? There's 2 messages. This is a copy machine. We do rewind. Yeah.
Hey, Raj. Pick up if you're there, Raj.
It wasn't Peter or Paul. His name's Roger.
Listen, they're asking a lot of questions down here. I can't cover for you much longer. You better be ready Monday morning, because they're going to rake your ass over the coals, man. Call me back as soon as you get this message. You better have your resume ready.
Thursday, 7:06 p.m.
Okay, so this is Roger's apartment. He apparently was a researcher, a professor, it wants to say. If it recalls correctly from previous letters we'd read in other rooms, who was trying to develop a new kind of pesticide. Ironically, we've become a cockroach. But after receiving a large donation from a mysterious donor, Roger decided to just steal the money and run away. But on the very night that he was going to leave, he finds his mother's locket, which has this really weird roach bug motif on it. And after holding it up, all of a sudden he gets turned into a cockroach. So apparently his mom was some sort of witch. And the game has heavily implied that Eddie's wife, who passed away, Angelina. It's just going to say Angelina. It's not sure if that's the actual name, if it's Angela or Angelina. We're going to go with Angelina. That she passed away, that she is actually Roger's mom. And her spirit, working through this weird magic supernatural force that turned Roger into a cockroach, is sort of forcing him to get to know Eddie more. But this is kind of like a really crazy thing. Like, did she put this spell in place beforehand? Who or what power is empowering her to do this? Like, did she worship some crazy deity? Is she a witch? Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh god, that scared it. Forgot about the cat. Oh gosh, see, it's like now it's speaking at a more normal volume. And somehow it's still hitting the red levels in OBS, but we're gonna keep rolling with it. So anyway, like, it's kind of a little shaky, like, why this is all happening necessarily. But in a way, kind of, it's like, once you start getting into the game, it doesn't care. It's just kind of having fun being a cockroach. And the way they designed this and all the levels is fairly good. It has a little bit of a gripe with the kitchen level. Last stream, it needed help figuring out how to get past the kitchen level. Not because the puzzles were impossible. They were not. They were just so specific. And you don't get many hints as to what to do. So they have these ultra narrow gates for you to like progress the game. And it was just having a hell of a time. And it ended up caving and going to Universal Hint Guide and looking up a hint system. But basically, after a minute, it just kind of revealed the whole thing. It was trying to just do it bit by bit, like maybe because the Universal Hint Guide is a really nice website that lets you, especially for old games like this, it kind of nudges you in the right direction, but it doesn't give the whole game away. It doesn't just flat out tell you. It's just like, hey, do you want to try to figure it out on your own, but you're having trouble? here's the deal. Because the thing is with these old games is that, especially like LucasArts games, they would have this crazy moon logic, and they would force you to call their hit line, because that's how hard the puzzles were. And their hit line, of course, was expensive. So you get stuck in the game, and maybe you're really enjoying the game, but you can't figure it out. So then you'd have to call the line that might have been provided in the game manual, and then you would tell the person over the phone, like, hey, this is where I'm at, and I'm confused. How do I progress? So it's not sure if this game was like that. It hasn't tried looking at the game manual. It did used to own this on disc. It doesn't know what happened to that. Now it really wishes that it hadn't. It used to have a lot of old games on disc, and this was back already when these were like old things that people were collecting. Because it was 19 when it played Bad Mojo, and that was, gosh, it must have been. I want to say it was more than 10 years since after this game had been released that it played this game. So it was already old by then. But yeah, just when you're going through life and you're moving around, my kid has moved across the country like 3 or 4 times. Cross country in the United States. From one, like the East Coast to the West Coast, to the North to the South, and like the extreme ends. It didn't really stop in the Midwest too much. like the heartlands. But it's had to move a lot, and then when you move, sorry, it's just hearing like a woo 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 sound. That's weird. Is it the lamp? No, it went away. It must have been the lamp. When you've had to move like that a lot, you have to get rid of stuff. You just do. You have to cut down. You can't take it all with you all the time. That's what it is. It was the moth. Okay, we're gonna get a hint now. It'll stop blathering about random things.
An old man's tragic story. A life lived in despair. A bitter allegory that another young man shares. The two may be related, so climb the paper stack. The way you were created lies beneath the facts.
As in the fax machine? It wonders if it should go back to check the bathroom, because it seems like when we're moving through the rooms, the time is advancing. Like when we're in the room, the time is frozen. And that's probably what the importance was of the kitchen clock, because the kitchen clock helped us to. Gosh, why is it's gonna? No, we're just gonna lower the gain. We're gonna lower the gain and see if that's enough. It's sorry if it's splitting the ears. It's not trying to. The kitchen clock was displaying a certain time, and can't remember what time it was when it was there. Wait, actually, I wrote it down, didn't we? We did. It was. Maybe it was no, it was like 2:20 a.m. But then when we went to the bar, then it was saying it was like closer to 3 or 3-ish. So now that we're in this room, it's probably the time has advanced again. So we've gone through 2 rooms since the bathroom. Let's just to be safe, let's go back and check the bathroom, because what we need to do is, and this was something it had revealed in the hint guide. It's sorry, but it wants to get the good ending. It doesn't want to give you guys the bad ending, at least not initially. But what we need to do is that there's a cigarette sitting on top of the urinal in the bathroom. And this is just underneath a smoke detector. Now, the reason why this matters is because when we were in the kitchen, we created a gas leak to progress. And in doing that, obviously we have created a dangerous situation in which the house could blow up. Can we go behind the house? No. Or the desk, not the house. Let's go down. Let's get into the tunnel. Can we get into the tunnel, please? There we go. So,
Know the chain reaction that is part of all things. Remember, every action ripples and ripples and ripples. Mounting energy that bloats and festers until there is a spark and then all is lost in fire. But it is never too late to help those in the path of the fire. They need only to be warned in time.
see? So that's the reason why we're going back. Oh no. Okay, but this isn't... If we go up, is this the way out? Okay, we don't need the hint again. Usually every level gives Kin a sewer access. So maybe let's play till we find that. And then we'll use that to get back to the bathroom, because it just doesn't want to have to go through the whole level to get to where it wants to go. Like the thing about the sewer access that's nice is that it just takes you, it's like 2 screens. You know, you go through, you enter into the sewer access, and then you go straight into the start of the level that you want to go to. It's curious about whether or not that's a death thing there, but it only has 1 life. And while this game is actually very forgiving, because it lets you save wherever you want, if you die and lose all of your lives, then you have to start over. So it's kind of weird. Like, you just have to be good with your saves, pretty much. Oh, here we go. And after Kin stops screwing around with its lives, it really hopes that that's not going to be something that it's going to come regret. Okay. So it's always a little bit tricky trying to remember which access we need. This might be Roger's room. Was it this one? So the one on the left is kind of like whitish, and the sewer grate on the right was like yellow. Okay, so no, that's Roger's room. We just went back the way we came. Could it be this one, or is this... No, this is the basement. Could it be this one? This one's green on the left and then black on the right. Maybe? Yes. No, this is the kitchen. The bathroom has white tiles. The kitchen had red tiles. Okay, so that's closed. Not that. Not this one. This one? It's black on the left and white on the right. Or on the right. We can talk. Words are hard. Oh, that's the bar. It just wishes that it was a little bit more clear what room is what, because there's They're not like clearly marked. You just have like these little sewer grates in the background to kind of try to help you remember. That one's closed. We must have one more level we have to go through. Is it this one? This one's red on the left. I can't remember. It has trouble remembering things, guys. Nope, this is the basement. Yeah, it was red on the left. It said that earlier, too. It gets very easily turned around. Whenever it's playing Minecraft with its husband, it would always have to ask him, especially if we were down in like a mine shaft or a cave system, where the heck are we? It was always getting lost. Always. Every single time. Let's just like pick away and hope that we figure it out. Nope, this is Roger's room. We're pretty sure. And it doesn't always start you, it starts you like looking at some random thing. There's the bathroom. Okay, let's go over to the urinal. Wait! That's like a little symbol thing, right? Oh no, it did this. Okay. I wasn't sure if it did it. It was like going crazy for a second because it thought maybe it hadn't done it, but it had. Is this burned down yet? Can we move it? No. Okay, we need to, maybe we need to go one more screen. But we're waiting for this to burn down in a way. Because it'll eventually burn down enough that we can move this and push it around. But it's still too big. So we can't, there's a smoke detector up here. But it's still not time to push it. If you want to read these things, maybe you could like pause the VOD or the stream or something. But you could also watch the VOD where Kin had read these previously. Okay, let's just go back. It was just making sure. I just wanted to make sure. We're trying to get the good ending. We're trying to get the ending where both Eddie and Roger are saved. So what one was... Which was Roger's again? That's closed. Maybe it's this one. If it's going around in a circle, this might be the next one that we have to go to. Ugh, the delay. Right. It's sorry, game. It was impatient and pushed the button too many times. Yeah. Here we go. Alright, let's get to it. It said it's under the facts. But there's not really much else that it can do elsewhere, right? Oh, hell. It keeps starting it here. Can we actually go past this? No. You assholes. Alright, fine. We're gonna go to a whole new screen, even though we are clearly not getting into that section there. Here, wait, go back up. Can we go? No, go back. Now it's not letting us move. Oh no. Oh no. Did we hit a weird glitch? Oh no. We can't move forward, we can't move back. We've apparently really pissed the game off, so we're just gonna reload. It's fine. We didn't do anything critical. So we're not really losing a lot of progress here. Oh wait. What? It still can't move. Nope. Okay. Something's happened to the game. We're gonna quit. We didn't want to. You're making us do it, game. God, it really... See, every time it quits, though, it feels like it's kind of gambling a little bit with this install, because it's tried to play this game before, and then a few times it just would not load in the virtual machine. So, all right, we've given it a second. Gosh, guys. What was that? What was that, y'all? It doesn't know. It doesn't know, but it might go get more lemon water to help its throat. It's giving it a second. It's already... The virtual machine is booted. It's waiting for it to oh no, it's doing the thing. It's doing that thing. Fuck. 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 Are you kidding? Are you kidding right now? It's doing the thing. So, oh man, this is awful, because we were pretty deep into the game. What it's supposed to do is, after it boots to this, it's supposed to launch a script or something here that says Bad Mojo, and then the game's just supposed to boot. It doesn't even need to touch anything, it's just supposed to do it. But as you can see, like, this is supposed to be a fully interactive virtual environment, and it can't even get the start menu to respond. So this quit on us. And it is sorely, sorely disappointed. And it doesn't know how to fix this. It has no idea. Because the last time this happened, it had to uninstall it, then reinstall it. It's looking at its... Here. Well, no, maybe it shouldn't. It's not sure how safe it is to, like, show its file explorer. There shouldn't be any, like, like, glaringly private details on any folder names or file names. But so let's... Okay, here it is. There's the root folder. It's wondering if it can at least, if there's a way for it to like grab its saves so that even if we have to reinstall it, but see, there's the bat. There's the .bat file. If we look there, no. Game saves. Can it track? So Launchbox has this early access thing for save management, where it can track saves and save state files for games. But does that work if the game is being run in a virtual machine? You know? You know what it means? Oh. Oh, that's upsetting. That is upsetting. Please, please just work. Before, when it just would try to run this, it just kept crashing over and over. EXO. It looks like it did it again. Well, guys, Ken's pretty bummed out. Especially because this time it just really wasn't Ken's fault. Something had happened in the game. The game itself, it just stopped working. Can we do it? Nope. Okay. Control Alt Delete. You cannot do a Control Alt Delete in the virtual machine. Well, yeah, like it said, that this just sucks because this really wasn't Kin's fault. Like, it hadn't done anything. At least obvious. Like, it was just using the game as intended. But of course, something... Oops, no, we don't want to install it. Well, heck, maybe that'll fix it. Will that fix it? Normally, it doesn't click into the thing when it's booting like this. It tries to just let it do its thing and just get off of it. Okay, let's even, like, do this. Yeah! Yes! 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 Oh. Thank you, God. It was going to be really sad. That was hours of gameplay. But hopefully it's gonna work like... Okay, there we go. Now it's working like it should. Hooray! Hooray! Oh, it was so distraught. It was so, like, ready to just throw its hands up into the air and give up. But anyway, okay. So... we'd already listened to the messages. Oh. cool that they let you call underneath the phone. It doesn't know if we need to. Let's just go ahead and play it. And then, But wow. Wowie wowie.
Dr. Sams, this is Ellen Thurber. Dr. Michelson's asked me to remind you about the review meeting scheduled for Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Could you please call me to confirm that? Thank you.
Friday, 7:58 a.m.
So not sure how necessary it is to listen to these. Sometimes with these old games you had to do certain stuff to make sure that you got the good ending. So we're just kind of running through some of these.
Hey, Raj. Pick up if you're there. Raj? It's Bernie. Listen,
Bernie.
they're asking a lot of questions down here. I can't cover for you much longer. You better be ready Monday morning, because they're going to rake your ass over the coals, man. Call me back as soon as you get this message. You better have your resume ready.
See, him saying that he needs to have his resume ready makes it really sound like he's about to get fired.
6 p.m.
And in the letters that we had been looking at in other areas, it was talking about his research and how the university that he was working through was feeling very doubtful about his work. So that's probably just a continuation of that. Can we go into the suitcase? No, this is the money suitcase. This is the suitcase that has all the cash in it. We really would like to figure out how to get down. And you know what? Let's just... Yay. Yay, the game's working again. Yay. Yay. Kid is so happy. Apparently we need to go over. We want to get over to the other side of the desk again. It was trying to see how to continue from the desk. As far as I can see, there's nothing to interact with here. You can go under here. Not that there's much. It just kind of shows, like, he knows a lot about bugs. He's a bug guy. That's why he was doing pesticide research. Oh, shoot. We have to change our... We need to change our stream. We forgot. One second. Experimenting with different titles. We're still not really sure what catches people's attention. Okay, there. It's really important to make sure you have your categories correct. Apparently, at least Twitch gets really huffy if you do not have the correct category. Alright, moving down. Wait, it was saying, does it say what day it is on that little date calendar thing? Friday. So that call from that lady was today. We're pretty sure we don't need to listen to these, so we're just going to skip this. And then we're going to go back up. Okay, this is where it got hairy. It's not going to do anything. Now that pipe is how we get back to the sewer system, but we don't want to go back to the sewer system. We want to get out of here. Problem is, the cat's there. Shithead. So we have to find something else. How are we going to get out of here? Maybe we should go listen to the moth again. Let's go listen to the moth again. They do these silly rhyme riddle hints.
An old man's tragic story. A life lived in despair. A bitter allegory that another young man shares. The two may be related, so climb the paper stack. The way you were created lies beneath the facts.
The way we were created lies beneath the facts. Are we supposed to mess around with the fax machine then? That's what it said before. Let's just go and see if we can push more buttons. We were kind of like avoiding the buttons for some weird reason. So let's try again. We did check the front, right? There's nothing there. Lies beneath the papers. Underneath the facts. Can we go forward? No, that's it. What about... It's been so long since it's used.
You've reached the home office of Roger Sams. I'm currently unable to answer the phone right now. If it's important, leave a message. I'll try to get back to you in a couple of days.
Okay, that was just Sam's message. None of the people that left a message gave like a number. It doesn't remember seeing a number. And it doesn't appear that we're getting any sort of reaction from hitting these other buttons. So maybe that's not what we're supposed to do. Underneath the fax. Can we actually get into the fax machine? Or go... It tried to go underneath it, but Roger the Roach just goes over it. Can I push these up? Nope. Start. No paper in tray. Okay. For assistance, call 1-800-FACTS-ALL. Yeah, if only. The only button that we can interact with is the start button, but it doesn't have any paper. We don't actually hit any of these things. Maybe is it that we're supposed to bait? Are we supposed to bait the cat up? Does the cat knock the paper somehow magically into place? And then maybe move the fax machine while it's at it? It doesn't know. It's confused. We're gonna just keep going around trying to figure it out, though. Because that's just what you do in these games. You just keep trying different things. There's paper up here. But it doesn't know how to get... Okay, well, there's this. Oh! Okay, it was avoiding that because it was afraid it was going to die if it touched it. But apparently, it's okay. Maybe we have to just keep trying? Now it's not making a noise anymore. There it is. Okay. Did we do something over here? Has the paper been moved? It still doesn't see a paper in the tray. There, we're supposed to stay on it. Now we're good. Yes. Here we go. Eventually. There you go. You just need to go forward a little bit more. Alright. Let's go hit the start button. And see what happens. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. How does playing the message help us? It doesn't help us, right? Copy. There we go. Yes. It always feels good when we get a little progress in. It's really dreading playing Black Dahlia. I was watching another streamer playing Toast Post. Man, he's struggling. He's struggling over there. He's getting through it though. He got a lot further than Kin ever did with that Black Dahlia. But it also didn't want to get spoilers, so it's kind of like it pops in, watches for a little bit, and pops back out. Loving reunion, bringing families together since blah blah blah, San Mateo, California. Dear Dr. Sams, we're a doctor, by the way. It has been almost 2 months since we first contacted you about your father. It really wishes they just got this on like the same screen. We understand this is difficult and we don't want to put any pressure on you, but we thought we would check back with you to see if you might have had a change of heart. Perhaps you have had some time to reflect upon your anger towards this man, your own flesh and blood. Getting a little presumptuous, guys. You want to say you don't want to push, right? But that sounds a little pushy. Hopefully, you have come to realize that love can fill that empty hole inside you. Man. Maybe they have the whole story about what happened with Roger. Because apparently Roger was given up pretty much as a baby and didn't get much love through his life. Clearly, he was saying in the intro of the game that he was always being stepped on and disrespected and all this stuff. But it's just like they say, like, we don't want to put any pressure on you, but it's like, it sounds like y'all are putting some pressure. This is really presumptuous to sit there and say that we've got an empty hole inside of us because our deadbeat dad didn't want to be in our lives, you know. But maybe if we lower kids' gain. Ooh, now we're really quiet. No, we didn't mean that. Let me take it back. Okay, hi. Hello. There. It's got its monitor on, and sometimes it sees it goes to red, and it's really concerned that we're getting like some artifacting going on, but with the direct monitor, it should be hearing any clicks, scratches, beeps, anything like that. So if anybody's actually watching live, or would be kind enough to comment on the VOD, please let Kin know if there was some audio issues. It goes back through the stream looking for clips. It always forgets to make clips during the actual stream. But anyway, let's continue reading. Dr. Sam's, don't run from your feelings. That is hella pushy. You may discover answers to questions you have asked about yourself through this man who, quite frankly, may not be around much longer. Oh, when you finally look into his eyes, you will see yourself, and you will have taken a big step towards understanding who you really are. We have taken the liberty of enclosing a photograph of your father taken when he was roughly your age. Perhaps this image will stir some compassion in your cold and broken heart. What the fuck, guys? Like, fuck you very much. What is that? Who talks like that? Like, you're trying to help this dude and you're sitting there, like, basically keep talking to them like they're invalids. Basically, like emotional invalids. That's crazy. Whatever. That's so... it would get really mad. No. Let's do this in first person because that's how pissed it would be. I would get really mad. Here's another fax, apparently. Is this the table? I thought the table was done, but okay. This is from Dr. Roberta Mickelson, College of Biochemistry, California at Barbary Coast. Probably isn't a real college, but could be wrong. It almost went to San Francisco State. It got accepted there, but didn't follow through. Mostly out of fear. It didn't know, it was afraid of getting a loan. And it ended up getting a loan anyway, later at a school that's not as good. But, yeah, mistakes made. Anyway, from Dr. Roberta Mickelson, 9/18/95. Attention, Roger Sams, re-elect progress. Dr. Sams. Is this paper somehow bridging across the room? Like, how's it doing this? Because it was pretty sure that the fax machine was like the end of the table. We've only had perfunctory communication since the onset of this project, so I will dispense with congeniality and cut right to the chase. To be blunt, I'm very concerned about your lack of tangible progress. You continually reassure me that everything is under control, yet I have seen nothing more than a hodgepodge of bells and whistles that fall far short of the great pesticide you have promised. I cannot longer stall and make excuses for you. I am receiving tremendous pressure from Dean Kaufman and the University Fellows. This arrangement, allowing you to draw funds without any involvement from myself or the normal channels of cash dispersal, is highly unorthodox and has created an air of suspicion among the faculty. So before it was saying that there was like a suspicious donor who had magically donated a bunch of money. Was that fraud? Did he make it out like, oh yeah, I got this huge donation, and since he has access to the funds to just withdraw money, because she's saying here, this arrangement allowing you to draw funds without any involvement from myself or the normal channels of cash dispersal is highly unorthodox. So did he fake getting a donor just to have a pretense to go extract money when in fact there had never been a donor and he was just taking money from this research fund pool that sounds like maybe it was shared or it's not sure, but it sounds like he did something kind of shady here. I have been instructed to inform you that you have 1 week to come up with a thorough status report, including a complete breakdown of your cash expenditures. You will present this report. There's a pop. Come on, filter, do your job. You will present this report to Dean Kaufman and myself personally, after which we will reevaluate the project. Please do not embarrass me or the department by being unprepared. Oh, lady, you have no idea. This is Bay Bank. Roger Sams, we have noticed increased activity, maybe, including a very large deposit, which blank required by law to report such blank with an account. It does not match your income profile. So they're saying that he needs to report this to the IRS. Year-to-date dividends is $3.43. Year-to-date finance change, $314.72. Previous balance, $2.21. New balance. So, like, at most, he would have, like, just a couple $100 in his account. And then all of a sudden, he jumps up to like $1 million. Yeah, that's sus. Why did he put it straight into his account? What a moron. 3 South Beach bars raided by Brian Pope, Observer staff writer. 3 police raids took place. It's really annoying. They have these articles in here, but they didn't like size them correctly, so then the side margin is always cut off. 3 police raids took place this weekend at local bars in San Francisco's South Beach area. Police said the raids were the result of repeated violations of various city regulations, including fire safety codes and the serving of alcohol to minors. Police made a total of 18 arrests, including something. Man, 50 cents? Back in the day when you can get a paper for 50 cents. Now what does it cost you, like $2-3? Print's dead. It's just sorry to say. It loved getting newspapers, actually. It really did like it. It loved having, like, the big spread and going through the articles. It's just kind of a shame. There isn't a news source here in the area, and Kin has been sorely disappointed about that. It doesn't have, like, a journalism degree, but if it did, it would have liked to have secured funding to get some sort of local paper done for the area, because this area has, like, no reporting. There is no local reporting where Kin lives. It sucks. This is the first time that Kin ever lived somewhere where there is not even, like, a small paper covering stuff. Like, even in Wisconsin, in small rural areas, they had newspapers and newsletters, you know. Wow. Anyway. Funds and bugs research, Roach Doctor 2 wanted for questioning. So he hung around long enough for them to print this in the newspaper. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, it's just talking more about what we already kind of mentioned, was that he had stolen the money, things were suspicious. Was this the same article that we read before? It's just, this might have been the same thing. No, this is a new article. So it's saying he's under investigation for allegedly embezzling an undisclosed sum from a research fund set up to find a new wonder compound aimed at destroying all roaches. 8 months ago, the Observer reported that a mysterious donor had awarded CUBC Professor Roger Sams a $1 million grant to complete his research into the ultimate pesticide. That was 8 months ago. Has he been here for 8 months? No, this is the same article. But that does seem like a really long time for that donor to occur. So it's assuming that he stole the money recently, because that sounds really far-fetched that he hung around for 8 months and nobody has found him. Oh, we can turn on the TV. Here's our flight details. Flight leaves at 7:20. Where are we going? Bon Air. It doesn't even say on the thing. Okay. Can we move this? Nope. This does look like we can move the cigarette. The cigarette's probably blocking the signal from the remote, whatever this does. We'll do it because it's way forward. Yeah.
If you see me now, then you have also seen a man who's lost all hope.
Okay.
He's running, trying to hide from all the anger and fear that has plagued him. You cannot run from fear, for no matter where you go or what lies you may believe, truth always stares back at you from the mirror.
Okay. Did the moth move? I was hearing the moth. Yeah, he did. Cool. He probably is going to give us a lift, huh? Do it, man. Take us away. They couldn't render the cockroach on the moth. Oh no, there he is. Okay. For a second I couldn't see him. This is cool. Man, it misses these old scenes. Alright, it's got like an hour. Though, it wonders if it should... Well, no, yeah, an hour. We can do it to an hour. That'll give Kin a little bit of time to kind of rest and get ready to go pick up its kids. Maybe it'll be crazy. Maybe it will hop back on. It really just kind of wants to finish this game. It's enjoying this game, but there were other games that it was actually hoping to play next. Maybe we'll do Ripper. It's not ready to dive straight into Black Dahlia. Black Dahlia looks like it would be a headache. Let's get some other content of Kin actually getting through the game and having fun with it. That's okay. That's not true. Black Dahlia is cool. It is. It's just, man, that game's hard. That game's hard. It really wants to play it though. It never has gotten through the whole thing. All right, let's save before something else catastrophic happens. Let's go. Oops, sorry. Off. Getting these M&Ms was the worst idea. We got this family-sized bag. It had like a really tough day, like 2 days ago. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. Will that relaunch it? Okay. Okay. Good. I didn't mean to quit. I wasn't thinking. It's a good thing we just saved, though. I remember when it first played this game how stoked it was that it got to this part. Not because anything in particular cool happened, but just because it was just so happy to have made so much progress. And largely without having to consult a guide. Ew. Come on, man. You can do it. There you go. Probably still can't go towards the floor because that dumb cat's still there. Oh, maybe we can go down. That is a giant roach. What is that thing? Are they? It doesn't know that much about roaches. It wants to say it's the hissing roach. Aren't hissing roaches supposed to be like really huge? Okay. Somehow we can. Oh, maybe we get the cat to like try to swipe at us, and then he turns the power thing on. Apparently we can't climb on top of the container or anything. We don't know why we need to do this, but Kin's gonna do this. It's gonna. Oh! I wasn't expecting that. That's not what I was expecting at all. Oh no! What is this anyway? Okay, right. Can't go on water. Did we want to do that? Well, it supposes, because now the cat's not here to bug us, but let's... Just for the heck of it, let's go back up and make absolutely sure that we haven't missed something up here. Because sometimes there's things that you can interact with. Yeah, see, like here was this board. Bro, what is with this music? What is this sound right now? It is so freaking creepy. I can't make out what they're saying at all. All the eyes of science are... It wants to say that says watching. Are these supposed to be the eyes of science? Recent scientific studies have proven what most people have known all along. Cockroaches are nearly impossible to kill. Nonsense! This man can do it! Roger was very, very into... What are they called? Visionary boards? Intent boards? A lot of people don't realize that, like, to do, like, intent boards or, like, what is it called? Manifestation kind of stuff. Like, that's, y'all realize that's the new age supernatural crap, right? Like, that's basically, like, low level magic hocus pocus. Now, you don't have to believe it, but a lot of occult groups really push the idea of like manifesting, intent, like the power of intent. That's what The Secret was all about. And when it says The Secret, it's talking about that stupid book craze that came out in the early 2000s, that was just bananas. But it was really pushing this kind of like Eastern philosophy, magic hoodoo stuff about if you just will it, it'll happen. But he doesn't know how much it wants to get into that. It's done a lot of research into like occult stuff. And some people just don't realize what they're messing with when they start doing that. That's all I'm saying. Toxin can enter via mandible activity during eating behaviors. Maxillary pulp cannot sense this. Bypass primary sense organs. Why? But Roger, why did you put eyes everywhere? For what, man? The structure of the maxilla is much more complex than that of the primary set of jawbones. The long tentacle is the maxilla's most recognizable feature. It functions as a sense organ, enabling the sense of odor, touch, and taste. Oh, fucking hell. Don't! Oh! Damn it, Gabe. He hadn't remembered that. In almost 20 years of playing this game, it did not remember that at all, and it hates it. Thanks, game. It hates it. It hates that a lot. What the heck? Why? Okay, alright. We lowered the mic gain a little bit. We lowered it just a little bit because we're a little agitated in this part. We're a little agitated. This was an intense part, man. What the heck? What the heck? Sorry, it was not trying to like burst your ears. Hopefully its compressor filter is doing its job. Jeez. Yeah, that's unpleasant. That's unpleasant. Thanks, guys. It seems to only activate when you get close to it. Roger's got a problem. Roger needs to talk to somebody. What is with the eyes? What is this? And the fact that this is covered in cobwebs suggests that this has been here for a while. It's been here for a while, y'all. It does not like these eyes. These eyes right here. No. Or these. What are those? Supposed to be tiger eyes? But they look just so unsettling. Extremely harsh reaction to these subjects convulsed before death. So he was like obsessed with this, and then all of a sudden he just gave up on it and said, "Fuck you! I just want the money." Like, it's just this is just weird. Mr. Sams, thank you for talking to my class. Yep, there's his ID. He was a guest speaker, so did he not actually work there? Look at these drawings. He's got like cockroaches and the world's on fire. Would get out of these. I couldn't read that note there. Roger's not okay, guys. Roger is not okay. This thing is going to go the way of the steam engine, antique, roaches, no money for chem companies. Okay. Oh, fuck. How long's that been there, Roger? That's cruel. Death to all that crawl on my wall. Like, alright, dude. Fucking edgelord. Oh, there's a hint there. Okay. See, it was a good thing that we came back up. Oh. Oh, that was another one that got it. You know, another game that I was thinking of playing was that Dead of Night, which isn't a retro game, but it's kind of it's inspired by games like this. And man, can you imagine him jumping out of its skin? It really does want to try and beat that game, but man, oh man. What is this calendar for like pesticides? Alright, let's go talk to this roach.
You'll see me for the last time when you pass through the wall. The blades in a wind tunnel cause you to stall. In order to stop it, enter a muse. Don't give up quickly, don't blow your fuse. But first, there's the feline below on the mat. Remember, curiosity can kill the cat.
So we already got that. But it's talking about the fuse that was in the basement. It's pretty sure that was the basement. And I was wondering what, if anything else, we're supposed to do there. It had tried to set, it had set the thing so that. Let's see, now it's tempted to. Now that it's not agitated, it's tempted to up its gain a little bit. But we thought we had already set it to what it needed to be. It looked like it needed to be all set to 7s, but maybe the numbers are wrong. It was just guessing at the time. Okay, so there's this letter here. It's a telegram, basically. Oh, what is this? To Dr. Roberta Mickelson. The something Slatidae Group is a Swiss consortium of chemical manufacturers specializing in commercial insect control products. Stop. We are very interested in the compound he calls latapropin. Stop. No. In the compound he calls. Well, maybe it's just confused. It says like, assisting your doctor, Roger Sam's research in the compound. Okay, sorry. Latapropin, stop. We are prepared to wire $1 million to an escrow account in Dr. Sam's name upon your approval of this project. Stop. We believe that both our organizations will greatly benefit from the successful synthesization and production of this compound. Stop. Please send all correspondence and telegram from us in the near future. Stop. Regards to this matter to the box address on this telegram. A Tito BT. Stop. It's just a little grainy. It's not sure if it's reading that name in the top right. Slatidae Group. Atito BG. Stop. It almost wants to say like that's like a joke name or like an anagram maybe. Like did Roger impersonate this group, trying to assure the university that they were going to get the $1 million, so then just let Sam get whatever he wants for now. They keep saying that they're a mysterious group. No! Aw, man. Oh, wait. Maybe that wasn't the end to end. Let's test it. Otherwise it'll load. Okay. This wasn't open before. So it wants to say that this is a good thing. Did we need to go all the way around the desk? It thinks that we did. It almost would rather load. It almost would. Wait, let's see here. Here's the real test. Is the fax machine traversable? Yes. Okay, so maybe not as much of a setback as we thought. That's good. It doesn't think that you dying and losing all your lives somehow contributes to whether or not you get a good ending. See, the cigarettes even moved. But we do need to use the moth to get back to that spot we're at. Hey, get on the moth. There we go. Okay, we weren't done exploring. We weren't done exploring the creepy eye wall, where Sam was, or Roger was clearly losing his damn mind. Oh, this is a new screen. All eyes are upon me. All eyes are upon me, over and over and over and over and over again. It's trying to think, like, what was the game trying to go with here? Because, like, we meet Roger, and sure, he's, like, very eccentric and clearly doing this very extreme action of stealing all of this money from the university. But he doesn't come across as some dude that's going to just start plastering eyes all over the freaking walls and then start writing, you know, the Shining type messages over and over and over. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. So, dear Mr. Sams, thank you for something, telling us about roaches. Aw, so he actually got that from some kids. For a second, it thought that Roger just really sucked at drawing. And he was the one who did that drawing, but no, that was not the case. Okay. So that sucked that it died. I didn't mean to do that. We were just trying to read some of the extra info, the backstory, because that's where you get the majority of all of the backstory about these characters, is through the text that you crawl over. Super, 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 super cool way of doing storytelling is making it all environmental. So we don't want to go down to the end there. Maybe that is, what is that supposed to be, a hot pipe? Why did we die? Yeah, but that was a trip. Alright. It seems like, apart from the hint about that weird meter thing, if you guys don't mind, it would actually like to go back and listen to that hint again from the pinned cockroach. If I can find it. It's so sorry. We're stuck in this damn screen again. It didn't want to come back. This scene just This music is fucking trippy. Where is it? It just wants that hit again. Because it's wondering if they maybe show... Oh, again. It forgot about that screen for just a split second there. How unpleasant. Where is it? Up? No. Can't go further up. And it's pretty sure this is the edge. We're getting close to the edge. There it is. Okay.
You'll see me for the last time when you pass through the wall. The blades in a wind tunnel cause you to stall. In order to stop it, enter a muse. Don't give up quickly, don't blow your fuse. But first, there's the feline below on the mat.
So we need
Remember,
So we need to actually blow the fuse in the basement in order to turn off the fans that are stopping us from progressing. That's the problem. So that's what we're supposed to do with that. We're supposed to short it. Got it. Ew, it's a peep. It doesn't like peeps. More power to you if you do. It's just that's not its thing, right? That's it. Pretty sure we've already exploded everything on the desk. But when we go through the grate, it said that that's going to be the last time that we see the lady. So that might be either... Maybe that's the end of the game, or the last room. This is a very descriptive save, but this doesn't give Ken a lot of space to type stuff. See, it's gonna... Now we're gonna go back up to 12 o'clock on the mic game because its voice is getting tired. So, maybe if we scoot this a little closer. Okay. There. Better that we are getting close to red or hitting red than you guys can't hear it at all. We will try to have faith in the compressor. Man, these cockroaches really love Angelina.
Remember this, brother, you'll want to return when you've found your sweet mother on your final sojourn. Then, enter an orifice, a cave near the door. You'll discover the Oedipus and rise from the floor.
Yeah, so we're getting close to the end of the game. Jeez, Sam's face. Surely this isn't the way that we go just yet. This is all water we can't pass. Can we go this way? No? And they won't let us pass over those guys. What about over here? Nope, we can't go on that. Can't go up there. Is it trying to tell us to go back? But we're supposed to go through the grate. It really seemed like the game was saying that this is the only way that you can go forward. We don't go there. Oh, wasn't expecting to get stuck here. Just looking around, it doesn't really see. So you would think that you'd be able to go up there, but you can't. It's all still water. Let's go back. So that's all water. This is all water. Where's it supposed to go? Surely not back up onto the table. Or do we go... Do we go backwards? I said to go through the grate. We haven't found a grate yet. We can't climb onto Roger. Won't let us. What to do? What to do? It doesn't know, guys. It has no idea. Everything that it was encountering. Did it really finish exploring the desk? Let's see. Here's the moth. This is a desk up against a wall, so that's dead end there. Do we really need to go back? We can go check the bathroom. Fun seeing it back the other way. It's gonna go grab some water really quick. I'll be right back. wasn't even. Oh, it doesn't like having spam. Oh, but it also doesn't like spam. Okay. Can you guys hear it? Can you guys hear it? Yes. Yes. We're assuming yes. Great. We're assuming yes. Great. Okay, so we're back at it. Sorry, we're sitting a little far. We're just getting closer so the mic makes us up better. Really close. And we're resuming. So we're gonna check the bathroom to see if we can set off the fire alarm to save Eddie, who is the landlord of this nasty building. But wait. Can we go on the floor now? Because the cat's gone, right? No. They'll let us crawl around the sides of the suitcase. Oh, there we go. Look at that. It was good that we backtracked. Alright. Sweet. Okay.
Roger, I told you never to play with that. The man who gave that toy to you is a worthless bum who abandoned you and left you with nothing but a hideous locket and a pathetic monkey.
That's not true. He would have kept me if he could.
He never wanted you. It was because of you that he lost your mother. She died while having you.
That's horrible. The acting is hammy, but it is horrible. It's like a horrible thought because people really do this to kids. It's a horrible, horrible thing to do. That's so sad. Poor Roger. So, but Eddie did leave him with something, and maybe the reason why he wasn't able to keep Roger wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he literally could not afford it. Because we saw pretty early on after his wife passed away, he was just having nothing but money problems. Why can't we crawl off the clothes? The game's like, no. 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 Fine. Thesis of Roger Sams. Another memory.
Roger, a lot of young upstarts come in here with grand theories and assumptions. Now, your nicotine derivative shows imagination, but it is entirely impractical. It won't work.
Dr. Michelson, if you'll just allow me a few months to work out the bugs, I can assure you that...
Work out the
Your
bugs.
role here is not to propose and develop new wonder compounds. It is to assist the senior staff with their research.
But doctor, I can tell you...
Case closed. Dismissed. Not another word.
How rude. Damn. Oops, sorry. Yeah, they treated him like crap. I'm still mad about that nun memory. It was very hammily acted, but that triggers Ken. It really does.
Roger, you've shown creativity and real effort. Not to mention tremendous improvement. Congratulations on winning this year's science fair.
Thanks, Mr. Dreadman. Roaches are the first thing that ever inspired me. I think I want to study entomology when I get older.
Well, that's fine, Roger. Good luck to you.
Hey, Sam.
What?
Faggot, roach boy. Let me see your bug hut. Where'd you get the roaches? Your mama's kitchen?
Drop the F word.
My mom's dead. and I raised them myself.
Give it to me, retard!
No, leave me alone.
Give it to me!
No! No! I thought you did.
Dork!
No! It's pieces everywhere. Everything's gone.
Okay, that one's not as sad, but it is kind of sad still. The kid one was the worst. Can we look at our mom? Mama! Say something to us. We're struggling. Roger, please see me after school. I'm really concerned. Because he drew a picture of a baby being born at a hospital? What? Oh. Oh. No, yeah, that's pretty fucked up. I'd want to talk to him too. Okay. Supposes that's all there is to see. It says the answers lie under the papers beneath the facts. So that was the hint that we were supposed to go here, and we just missed that earlier. But it's good that we backtracked. It's not really sure how necessary these memory cutscenes are for getting, like, the good or bad ending. But we're just gonna... Oh, wait, actually, here. Is the cat gone? The cat's gone! Oh, but it still won't let us go down. The game was like, yeah, but there's still nothing down there for you. Just no. Fine. Oh, man. I have to go around the top to get back to the sewer. We don't need your hit. We don't need the hit. We don't need the hit. Thank you. Sorry. He's got places to be. Actually, unfortunately, we might have to stop. It doesn't want to, but it's going to have to stop here in a little bit because it has to go pick up children. But, you know, depending on how well they're settled and whether or not it's got... It doesn't have to cook any dinner tonight, so maybe we can just resume playing and try to finish the game today because we're very close. Okay. It wants to go back to the basement. Which is this one, we think? Pretty sure? Yes. Though, actually... Is this where we want to go? Because it seems the way forward is no longer there. Maybe we need to go to the room after this and then backtrack into the basement. Because there's like a path that seemed to have been disrupted. It tried to go back to that place before. Last stream. And we were too far away. Or not too far away. The way forward was just lost. Was it this? Was it? No, it wasn't the bathroom. It was Eddie's bedroom. That's pretty sure. So which was Eddie's bedroom? That looks like that's... It's this one? This might be the bar. This is the kitchen. It thinks this was it. This was the one, right? No, it wasn't the kitchen. There was a room before the kitchen. Okay, so green on the left is the kitchen. And it wants to say these are in sequential order, so then maybe it's this one that we have to go into. Is it crazy? We can try going up the paper towels. But if it recalls correctly, it could not get past the towel dispenser once it made the paper towels go down. Like there didn't seem to be a way back. See here. It's trying to figure out. It was trying to figure out this out when it first came into the screen. Oh, there it is. Okay, great.
Do not loathe your appearance.
Okay. Thanks. We probably should have stopped actually and check the what do you call it? The cigarette. Sorry. Okay, so this is Eddie's room. He's presumably asleep here after we drugged him with some sleeping pills. But there should be like some kind of power meter. It's pretty sure it was this room. Does it? It doesn't remember seeing this.
Dr. Sams, can you tell me where
We missed this.
I wish I could.
Either that or it's new.
I'm as much in the dark as you are. All I know is the money's here, and I could finally fund my research. I'm happy. The university's happy. Hey, I'm not gonna look this gift horse in the mouth.
Okay, that does sound like a dude that would just have a bunch of eyes pasted all over his damn wall. Oh, man. Okay, well, we don't need to keep reading. A lot of this doesn't really add new information. When I got word that a consortium known only as the BAD Group wanted to donate some money to further research with more powerful pesticides, I was ecstatic, and said Sam's in a phone interview. Can we read the bottom of it? Who would have a news conference over a pesticide research? Like, the BAD Group. Isn't that... It almost kind of wants to look that up. Let's look that up. Blatidae. the Blatidae. So Blatidae is a cockroach family in the order Blatidea, containing several of the most common household cockroaches. So this dude literally took... So it must be fake. He took this name and then just, like, faked this consortium group through a telegram, trying to fool the university that people were interested in his work. Probably. That's Ken's theory. It's just piecing this together from found materials throughout the building. But looking up Blatidae, that's the name of what is that, a genus? It's crazy. Yeah, it doesn't... Maybe it hadn't explored this section of the room enough. It does not remember seeing that cutscene at all. That's interesting. Yes, we saw the baby mice earlier. It doesn't... We already said... In a previous stream, we had saved that mouse. The mama mouse. Is this the way there? Well, we'll try. We're just trying to get back to... No, this isn't it. The back of the radio isn't what we want. We're trying to find that meter. I just can't remember where exactly it was. We'll keep poking around. It's somewhere. Can't go past that. So all of this is a dead end. We already looked at the lotto. Eddie kept putting in 2, 13, 30, 7, 658 over and over and over again. Ooh. Oh, whoa, I didn't know it can go on here. Guys, I didn't know that it could get up here. This is Eddie. That's crazy. It doesn't remember finding this at all. There he is. Now, it's got its lives back, so let's explore what happens when we crawl on his face. Oh wow, nothing. He does not wake up. He is dead asleep. He He does not care. Okay, this might have been just more like flavor stuff that they included, but that doesn't actually advance the story. I was trying to see if there was like a death scene for crawling on him, but no. Oh, there's this food. No, go back. Does this just bring us back to the table? Yeah. Oh, we never explored that before. Yeah, we would have found this before. Get out of it. Okay. Well, let's go back. Under the sleeping giant. When they said that, they thought that they meant like under the bed, but could they have actually meant like actually under him on the mattress? Is there something else here that we can find? Or no? It doesn't look like it so far. Okay. Maybe not. I got excited for a second. Yeah. No, there is! What the hell? He has the savings here. He's been putting his money in his mattress. Yeah, he grew up in the Dust Bowl. Can we actually get into it? Okay, well, it doesn't seem to be triggering a memory. That's interesting. It's interesting to see that he has so much money saved up. Oh, guys, please stop with the spam messages. The bot behavior is undesirable. It is quick to report and it is quick to block. Just stay out of Ken's chat, please. Alright, we gotta get out of here though. Maybe it is the basement. But it was trying to find a way to backtrack from the basement. If we can find the vent. No, we don't want the vent, right? From the basement, we would backtrack from Eddie's. But when we came in here, this is the... It's just really confused right now and it doesn't know where to go. It can't remember where on the... There was like a meter on the walls. They were supposed to mess with. Was it here? Oh, maybe this was it. Oh. I'll feel really dumb if this was it. No, this wasn't it. Because we can't go on these walls. Was that going the entire time? I'm so sorry. Because that watch can go for a minute. That is to say, an annoyingly long time. Okay. Alright, it was on the wall. It was on the wall in the basement, but how did we enter Eddie's? I can't even remember. No, no, no. There was a particular way that we entered into this room.
Mr. Petito?
That was the death of the wife, Angelina. There's the suitcase. It's crazy that I never thought to try to go up those walls. Oh. I didn't... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, don't touch those. Those are hot pipes, and they'll kill us. We missed this. It doesn't remember this. At all. Interesting, interesting. Alright. But perhaps if we follow along here. It's cool that, like, backtracking, we're not discovering new things. We got some cutscenes that we would have otherwise missed. It's just nothing but water, and then the cat comes and kills us there. There! We found it! Yeah! We did it! Now how do we short it? See, it turned everything to 7. It's looking at the bottom label. It's a single phase watt hour meter. $240 volts wire, 60 cycles. Like, excuse me. It's a little hard to figure out what. Do we just keep messing with it until it shorts? Never blow. 30 amp fuse. What does this say? It's the restaurant in the basement. second floor bathroom, second floor living room, second floor den, bedroom. And then we can't go up. Or down. It just won't let us go up onto that thing. You'd think that that would maybe have more hints or something, but no. It doesn't know what it's supposed to do with these. Messing with those changes the numbers up top. But we don't know what we need to change it to. So you can keep messing around with this. But that might have to be a next time thing, because do not get stuck. You can actually die if you get stuck enough. Do we want them all to point to 0? Now that one's saying 1. Do we just keep messing with this until it stops moving? We're pretty much at the time where we have to stop the stream, sadly. It really doesn't want to stop. It wants to figure this out. It does. It's just guessing. It's true. The meter on the far left apparently cannot be manipulated. It doesn't understand what it means kilowatts multiply by 20. What does that signify? It doesn't know, but we're gonna save the game here, just in case something catastrophic happens. And this is where we're gonna pause things. It thinks it might be able to resume streaming after it picks up its children from school, but only for a little while longer, because then it has to play taxi to go pick up its husband, who is over in the next town over, and that's like an hour walk of there. So it's gonna have to go take care of those things. But it really had a great day today. Was very happy. Just doing the crochet work and just chilling, listening to chill lo-fi music, having people pop in and say hello. That was wonderful. It hopes that happens again, obviously, who doesn't? You're doing this, but we're also going to try and finish this game. And gosh, it really wants to finish this game. We can do it. We can do it. We're going to try to do it today. Let's see. We'll see. Okay? All right, guys, but we're calling it for now. So everybody take care for a little bit, and we will be back. I can't leave it on intermission that long, though. So we're actually ending the stream, and then we will return. So bye for now.